It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to the March 3rd meeting of the Town Council. Thank you all for being here. As always, the first thing I'll ask you to do is silence your electronic devices. I'm happy if you want to use them, but just make sure they don't make any sound because it can be disruptive. Next thing that we are going to do is our roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And as is our tradition, I'm going to invite a young person from the community up to help lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Benjamin Fox, come on up. I don't have the little handheld mic. So I'll talk loud. Okay, thank you. Ben is a third grader at Hillbrook School. You can see by his shirt. He loves art, math, PE. He loves PE so much that he does all of these sports. I asked him which one is his favorite, and it's only because he's doing it right now. Soccer. But he also does flag football, taekwondo, golf, and baseball. He also just started playing piano, and in his spare time, he builds Legos. His favorite number is 8. I asked him why, and he just said it was interesting. So there you go. His favorite team is the San Francisco Giants. He likes them all. And so, Ben, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Let's have a hand for Ben. Thanks, Benjamin Fox. I also had the pleasure this last week of meeting and communicating with 2 young men who I'm going to invite up in just a second. They're 8th graders at Fisher Middle School. They're participating in a project for their history class called Be the Change. Philip Dimitriev and Luca Bomarito. I was impressed by their initiative and their desire and willingness to come here and talk about their idea. So, gentlemen, come on up to the podium.
Hello, I'm Luca Bomarito, and this is
Philip Dimitriev.
And we'd like to talk to you about an idea called Little Free Library. It's a worldwide idea, and we'd like to bring it to Los Gatos. And so it's a take a book, return a book, put in a book program. It's basically a way to share books through the community. It's a worldwide thing. Many are built around the world. And they're basically just small bookshelves that you can put maybe in front of a business, maybe in front of a house. And you just put in a book, take a book, and you can share them between small bookshelves that people have built. And it's a nonprofit corporation, and although they may be bought online, most people build their own, and they can be built however you want. And it can look many different ways.
It can be matched to the area to make it blend in and look stylish. It can be put on a post or platform, and a few have already been made in the Bay Area. So this isn't a new thing, but it's not that popular yet.
And so here are a few more pictures of different libraries. And so what is our goal? We want to introduce this idea to Los Gatos. As you can see here, there are many built around San Jose and Campbell areas. And we want to build at least 2 little free libraries around Los Gatos.
Which is our personal goal.
And we'd like to encourage reading as well as just community interaction, and we want to allow books to be read in convenient locations.
Okay, this is how we're planning our project to be done. We're going to find a business or a place that is willing to host or support a little free library. Then build the little free library out front to have people see it and be able to read the books. And books will be acquired through old books that we can receive from the library, any donations that people will make, and books that have been taken from other little free libraries.
So, some questions we have for you is, what do you think of this idea? Are there any restrictions on it? If it is okay, what are some locations that we could build this project? And can you suggest any businesses possible, that would possibly be interested in this project? And also, where we would get supplies or money for this project? Thank you.
And also, how can we spread this idea more as well if the town council approves of this idea?
Philip and Luca, thank you very much. I'm pleased to say to my fellow council members that Philip and Luca have already met with myself and Henry Bankhead, our librarian, who's given some ideas, and we are in discussions with how they might go forward. And one of the things was for them to come and present their idea to the community at this forum. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the time in our agenda for us members of the council to report to each other and to you on what we've been doing when we haven't been at a council meeting in our capacity as representing the town. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended two committees at your appointment. The first was last Thursday. I attended the League of Cities dinner. The League of Cities is an organization for the whole state of California that cities can join. One of their main purposes is actually to lobby our legislature on behalf of cities for legislation that would benefit the cities. Also during the dinner, we had a presentation by an organization called SPUR, which was focusing on good planning, good government, and their idea was about increasing economic vitality, and specifically they were targeting kind of the middle range hourly wage range, trying to grow that. That would be the $18 to $30 an hour range. League of Cities is also a good opportunity to network with other council members from other cities and get other good ideas. So that was number one. And then last night I attended the County HC-DAC committee, which is a committee that recommends the grant funding from the county funds to community service kinds of projects. Last night we did recommend funding. It'll then be voted on the Board of Supervisors, but we recommended funding, and I wrote down a few little statistics just for interest. Of the organizations that we funded, there's 547 Los Gatos residents that have benefited from these programs. The biggest one was Catholic Charities Long-Term Care Ombudsman, which we had 492. Live Oak Nutrition, which provides food to seniors. There's also a shelter system that had 10 residents, something called West Valley Access, and the Law Foundation also had about 4 that they assisted.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last meeting, along with the mayor, we had another policy committee meeting. The council has received our first packet of work. We have now prioritized policies from land use as our next work, specifically those that have created issues for staff and for us, such as specialty retail. And then the parking infrastructure committee had its first meeting. It was just a formational meeting. It wasn't a noticed meeting. And Mr. Rennie and I were of like mind in wanting to focus our first priority on parking structures, parking in the downtown, and getting information from staff on funding sources. Assuming that it is okay with staff and with the council, it would be our preference that it remain an ad hoc committee, but that it is not permanent, but that the meetings be noticed, because we've already had input from the community that they would like to attend these meetings, and that there is interest in a private-public partnership.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Since our last meeting, actually just in the last week, I received 2 pieces of correspondence regarding 2 properties in Los Gatos, and one of them is located at 12 Bayview, and the other is located at 130 Masol. And both of the families who own these properties have some issues that I think we have to provide them a public hearing so we can help them. And I was wondering if I could put these 2 items on the agenda. My notes said it is my understanding that in order to give these residents their day in court, council has to hear their matters. So I'm formally requesting these 2 properties, their owners, and their respective issues be heard. So.
Thank you. I am going to, by my comment, ask Ms. Pravetti to make a note of that, so at our next scheduling session, we can pay attention to when we can get that on. Ms. Sayak.
No meetings since our last meeting, but I do want to announce that the Housing Element Advisory Board will have their next meeting this Thursday, 7 to 9 in this room. At that meeting, we will be making further decisions on our housing element, specifically where to cite our regional housing allocation numbers, which is 619 for the next 8 years.
Thank you. Ms. Pravetti, is there any report?
Yes, just one under manager matters, that the town is now accepting applications to boards and commissions. We have several opportunities for our youth, and those applications are due in early May. We also have several opportunities for our adult community, including the newly formed Planned Development Study Committee, and those applications are due in early April. More information is available on the town's website or by contacting our town clerk administrator. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now normally call the consent calendar, but I'm not going to because there's a lot of matters and some of them have already received requests to be pulled. So what I'm going to do is call verbal communications now. And Brian
Mekachuk.
Thank you.
Hi, Brian Mekachuk, 55 Roberts Road, here in Los Gatos. I watched the council meeting and attended 2 weeks ago, and I thought that there was a tremendous amount of effort put into that meeting. And I know that the Monte Sereno Los Gatos police contract is going to be coming up in a month or so. And I was part of Leadership Los Gatos last year, and I went on a ride-along with one of the officers. And I found that extremely interesting and informative. And I thought that council, to the extent that you haven't gone on a ride-along, I would encourage you to do so. It would help make any decisions relating to the police much easier, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lockridge. And I should say that verbal communication is a time for you to talk to us about things that aren't on the agenda. And we have a lot of things on our agenda tonight.
And so I'll try to be brief. My name is Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. I would like to make a request that staff provide the staff reports and also addendums in a digital format so that when the PDF is, I know this is an issue, that if you want to take advantage of some of the information or the wealth of information that staff produces, it's impossible to transcribe every single scanned sheet that they put in a PDF. So if it was digitally created, it would be a lot easier to take advantage of the town codes and the different bits of information that are part of the staff reports and addendums. So that's my request. I also had I had gone through the March 17th council meeting and watched that again, and as it concerns the 258 Union Avenue project. And I noticed that the town council members had a lot to say. They had many points to make and many questions that they had as they remanded it back to the Planning Commission. My question is, and I obviously can't answer it right now, but does the town council have any process in which to view that their suggestions were actually taken or even passed along to the Planning Commission? Because I was at the meeting at the Planning Commission, and the information that was Councilmember Spector and I think Mayor Jensen, they didn't ask those questions. They were talking about a solar study only. And so the 5 or 6 different items that you had suggested that had be remanded back to Planning Commission, they weren't done. And so they made a decision that was, I don't think it was representative of what the town council intended. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Shepherdson.
John Shepherdson, 1200 Oakrim. Question presented: should Los Gatos conduct a comprehensive third-party review of the police department to potentially save $6 million annually, $120 million over 20 years, $300 million over 50 years? The New York City Police Department budget is 15%, Cupertino 20%, Saratoga 26%, Los Gatos 43%, $14.2 million. What could we do with the millions in savings? We have $40 million in unfunded town repairs. We need to fix our roads. We could, if we paid for busing, we could perhaps get a 30% reduction in traffic. We could build downtown garages, perhaps, and keep the town from becoming a city. This is a picture of the traffic. This is on Main Street. This is Danville's. They have a traffic congestion program. They recognize the threat of traffic in their community. This is their Traffix bus program that they've implemented that has reduced their traffic by understanding 30%. Perhaps this could be done also with the private schools. The money that we could use maybe for a tax cut, or a new community center, or a new performing arts center. Or to fix the Almond Grove streets and avoid the liability associated with those streets and become less dependent on large commercial projects like the Netflix project. And that this is the regional housing when we have big commercial projects like Netflix that requires that invokes state mandated housing. Now it's 619. My guess it's going to go to about 2,000 with the commercial development, which equals more students in the schools, which requires taxes for the school space. Solution. I'm trying to offer solutions for the council. If comparing us with Saratoga, we would save with their budget compared with theirs, it's $9.6 million. Cupertino, they have about double our population, and still their budget is $4.3 million less than ours. Saratoga, in terms of safety, number 1 in the state. Cupertino 12th, Los Gatos not in the top 50. This is material about Saratoga being the safest city in California. Cupertino, this is on response rates. Overall, the sheriff beats Los Gatos for response rates. Cupertino and Saratoga are very satisfied, their councils. This is a quote from our former town manager in Los Gatos saying, at the end, I'd have to say it's a good price and we get excellent service. So these are more pictures. Thank you.
Thank you. And now's the time in our agenda that we're going to consider our consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that staff has determined are generally able to be acted on in a single motion. Tonight we have 12. I already know that item 6, item 8, and item 7 at least have requests to pull those from the consent calendar, which I'll explain in a second. But of the 12 items that we have on the consent calendar, aside those that I've just mentioned, does anyone on council wish to pull another or different item? Councilwoman Sagak.
If I could pull consent number 7, number 9, the sustainability plan.
Okay. Anyone from the audience want to pull something other than 6, 7, 8, or 9? Okay. So when an item gets pulled from the consent calendar, we hear it in its normal order as though it were not on the consent calendar as a public hearing. So when we get to those, we will do that. Do I have a motion on the remaining consent calendar? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve consent calendar items 1 through 12, exclusive of 6, 7, 8, and 9, which have been pulled and will be heard, and noting that agenda item 5 has been continued to March 17th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. So we're going to move on to our normal calendar, beginning with now item number 6. And for those of you, and I'm looking out, and most of you I think have been here and seen what goes on. But what we'll do is we'll get a staff report on a particular item. Well, I'll ask the council if they have any questions for the staff or about the staff report. Once that's completed, then I'll invite members of the public who want to get up and comment about a particular item to do that. Once you do get up to comment, you have 3 minutes. The green light means you're fine, the yellow light means you've got 30 seconds left, and the red light means that you're done. And I will gently remind you that your time is up. Not to be rude, but just to tell you your 3 minutes is up. If you've heard the comment that you'd like to make made competently and ably by someone else, consider whether you should stand up and make it as well. And as always, and I apologize for saying this, but I know that you will all do it, please respect those people that stand up and talk, and don't make any comments. And when you do make your comments, if you are talking, please address your comments to the council, and don't run away because we may have questions for you. So wait and make sure that we don't. So that said, Ms. Peterson, we're going to call, Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is it possible to find out why this item was pulled? It would help give direction to our thinking, for me at least.
Sure, I have a card from, this is number 6, Pilot Green Bike Lanes, and I had a card from Natalie Ladd, who wanted to pull it. If Ms. Ladd is here and wants to give us a brief explanation of why it was pulled. Just, actually, this isn't your entire 3 minutes. You can just let us know why you pulled it, and then we'll have Ms. Peterson stand up.
Hi, my name is Natalie Ladd, and I am on the Transportation and Parking Commission. I am also the chair on the chair of the Bicycle Committee. I pulled this item because I have some concern about the budget. Currently, from what I've read, it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, we are planning on putting green bike lanes down onto 2 intersections that are based around the school. I know in the previous council meetings, we were told the council said for staff to work with the Transportation and Parking Committee. I have given my feedback to the staff about where I think it should be. In the past, in the Bicycle Committee meeting, the numbers that we were given is there's some of the products that you would lay down for the green bike lane. Some of them are $3 to $4 a square feet. Some of them are $5 to $6 a square feet, and one is $15 a square feet.
So, Ms. Ladd, I'm sorry, but I think we know where you're going with your poll. I don't want you to take up your 3 minutes, so we understand what your concerns are. Let's let Ms. Peterson give us a presentation.
I'm sorry.
Then we'll have
I thought this was my 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. We just wanted to get an idea of why you had pulled it.
Oh, okay.
And I'll give you your 3 minutes when we've had our staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson.
Thank you. Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Complete Streets is a multimodal transportation approach. Staff came to Council on October 7th, 2014 to get directions on a Complete Streets pilot project. Acknowledging that bicycle safety is a significant concern, Council directed staff to focus the pilot project on green bicycle lanes around school areas. Staff consulted with Alta Design and Planning Consultants who specialize in bicycle transportation projects in other jurisdictions around the Bay Area on best practices for green bike lanes. We also worked with the Bicycle Advisory Committee, Transportation and Parking Commission, and Safe Routes to Schools Committee on location and scope. Locations ultimately chosen were intersection conflict areas that were close to schools and did not require intersection reconfiguration. The recommended locations are Blossom Hill Road at Roberts, Los Gatos Boulevard at Roberts, and at Nino Avenue. The main goal of the bicycle lane project, Green Bike Lane project, is to get some sample areas on the ground so that we can solicit input from the public as well as to determine the best material from a visual, use, and maintenance perspective. Our discussions with other cities has showed us the best products currently out there are a recycled glass material, a thermoplastic material, and a liquid resin product. We have obtained pricing for applying these products through the informal bid process and also request for quotes, and are recommending that Council authorize the town manager to execute a construction agreement for this work as noted in the Council report. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions.
And I'm sure there's probably questions for you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Peterson, is there a diagram that we can look at for the public, like a bird's eye view of where they will be going?
Well, I do have a diagram of each intersection. I actually don't have an overall view, but...
That would be great, a diagram of each individual intersection.
Sure. One, I guess we said. So this is intersection, sorry. So this is the first intersection that is at Los Gatos Boulevard and Shannon Road. And this is the intersection that we're recommending placing a thermoplastic material at the conflict areas.
So, Ms. Peterson, that area that's delineated in green on, it's my left-hand side, is that the proposed green bike lane, that big, long green stretch?
Correct. It's both on the left and the right-hand side of the page, and I can
we zoom in?
Sort of point it out to you here, 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 and here.
Okay, so it'll be actually in 4 areas on one intersection, is that correct?
That's correct. Each of these 3 intersections, it'll be in 4 locations.
Okay. That's very helpful to me. Thank you.
Would you like to see the other ones?
Sure. If
So here's the second intersection, and this is Los Gatos Boulevard and Nino. And again, you can see it's in the 4 locations that we consider conflict areas.
Ms. Peterson, when you put the next one up, can I ask you to tell us how long those strips are that we're seeing?
Sure. So here's the last one, which is Blossom Hill Road and Roberts. And each of those green sections is about 200 feet long.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Ms. Sayak.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So could you just explain what exactly we're piloting? I understand that we are trying to encourage more bicyclists to use these lanes, but what are the metrics that we'll be using to determine whether or not these pilot programs are successful?
So ultimately what we want to do is we'd like to, because it was a direction from the council for us to look at green bike lanes and look at areas around schools. So what we're trying to do is put some down, we don't have a lot of money for the project, so we're trying to pick some areas, conflict areas, because those, from a best practices standpoint, seem to be areas that other jurisdictions and also Alta Design recommended that we try to focus on, and also with our discussions with the other committees. And so what we're trying to do is, first of all, get public input. So we would like to get some input from the public on what they think about them, if they like them, if they don't like them. And also then we were hoping to get some input from just a perspective of, you know, the materials. How do the materials feel when people are on it with bikes? Do they slip? You know, is there any issue as far as, you know, the colors? You know, maybe one type of material has better color than another that seems to work, you know, better. From a maintenance perspective, how is it working? Is it something that after a period of time seems like, you know, it's starting to fade, maybe in the color, or maybe the material that's on it is starting to come off? So those are the types of things that we're looking to try to investigate.
So then so there's 3 intersections we've identified. Would each intersection have different material?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And right now we're looking at 2 different types of materials, if I understand it correctly.
We're actually looking at 3 types of material, and one of those types of material is a thermoplastic, and we're looking at 2 different types of thermoplastic. One is a panel thermoplastic, the other is a sprayable thermoplastic. So ultimately, there'll be 4 types of materials that we're looking at.
Okay. And then if I could just continue. So this pilot then is to initiate this program. We would use it over a certain amount of, I don't know if it's months, and then at the end of that determine which of those materials the general public felt was better, and actually see if it actually improved.
And I think also just to see if people like them. I mean, see what the public says about these green bike lanes and these conflict areas. Try to get their feel on how they're thinking about them. And then, of course, yes, you know, from the other standpoint, just from a material standpoint, how they're working.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Leonardis, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions have been answered.
Other questions, Mr. Rennie?
I wanted to point out, so I guess you didn't really mention it, but I can see there's a much different linear foot price with the sprayable plastic at $27 and the preformed at $58 per linear foot. And then it looks like the other one is in between at $36. So part of what you really want to do is be able to go with the cheapest one, but you're testing to see if it will stand up or how it stands up compared to the others.
That's correct. And so when we've talked with different jurisdictions, we've really gotten some different perspectives. So, you know, there's one jurisdiction that says, oh, you should only use, you know, this one type that actually tends to be the most expensive one. And then, you know, we have other jurisdictions that say, well, we're really happy with these other types of materials that tend to be less expensive. So it's really just an opportunity for the town to look at all these different materials and see which one we think is the best.
So part of that is probably sort of a reliability testing, which brings up the question, how long do we need to test it for to see if the cheaper one holds up, for example?
And I think some of that, you know, probably also has to do with just public reaction to it in general, if people even like it or want it. And then I think, you know, if it does come that people like it and they think it's, you know, something that's great and we want to put a larger project out there, then we would probably have to make a determination on how long it should be down for us to actually, you know, make a determination on the materials. But usually it's probably a couple years.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Both council members who've previously spoken sort of raised the same issue, and the answer is not yet clear to me. How long will this test take? Are you saying 2 years? I was thinking months, but what is it?
From a material standpoint, I would say that if there's a material that's failing, it's probably something that you're going to see fairly quickly. From a maintenance perspective, if all the materials are holding up, it may be something that you're really not seeing wear on the material out there for a couple years.
Yep. So from the town's perspective, from the council's perspective, what is the time frame that we are going to be waiting before we make a decision as to the type of material and therefore the associated cost?
Well, I would say that ultimately, of course, we would need to have the budget to do a larger project, and if it was something that was desired by the public, we would probably want to have the materials down for at least a couple of years before we made a final determination.
Councilwoman Sayak.
And what venue will the public be able to share their thoughts on this? Which committee, which venue, who has ownership of this so that we can make sure that the appropriate people we're targeting are sharing their concerns?
And I'd probably pass this to Mr. Morley because he had some thoughts on how we were going to get public input on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. A couple of thoughts on that. We've had a good connection with Safe Routes to School, and that'd be a great forum for us to connect with. We presented this project to them early on and got input and support from that group, so that would be one. We also have the Transportation and Parking Commission and potentially another commission that would have great interest in the product and the end project, and so we would definitely work with them. And then beyond that, where we really want to get the feedback is from not only the bike riders, but the automobiles that are going past it and dealing with the conflict areas, and I think that's important. We've tossed around a couple of ideas, including doing signage along the green bike lanes, looking for feedback, potentially through a SurveyMonkey type process where we're actually able to reach out a little broader and get some good feedback on the information. If it warrants it, we would do a community type meeting, potentially at one of the schools if we could partner with them to bring in input there from parents and students and the like. Also on the term of how long the product might be down before we would have a determination, we have an advantage of having some good contacts with other jurisdictions that have these products in place. We have seen that they've got some lessons learned on the applications and how the product's wearing for them. So we'll definitely keep those contacts going and be able to have sort of a 2-year lead time just by having that information from them on how the products are working. So the product longevity we have additional information on. The important thing for us is what does it feel like in the community. When we met and rode the lanes in Palo Alto with their public works staff, their feedback was that even from neighborhood to neighborhood, the preference on the materials was different, and so they were supportive of different materials within the town to be able to gauge what works for us in terms of what's actually on the street.
Before I call on the Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask a question. On the 2-year term seems incredibly long to me, so this is either for Mr. Morley or Ms. Peterson. Is it realistic if the council were to say we want an evaluation in 6 months, not only for do people like it, but if you could tell whether the material's holding up or not? Do we notice a increase from the police department in safety? Do we, not only do people like it, but is it increasing safety? Is it increasing bike ridership, et cetera? So it seems to me there's lots of metrics that I haven't heard mentioned, but does it make sense to evaluate that faster, such that if the council wants to spend more money on it and it has more money on it, it can expand the project?
We're playing tag on here, who responds. I think the ideal would be to be able to make a decision and move this along a little quicker. From a timing perspective, we'd like to get it down before the end of the school year so that we can get some good feedback going into the summer from the schools and the users there, and then through the summer months be able to see how the product wears on the streets, and then be ready in the fall for an evaluation and potentially a report back to council at that point to receive further direction on where to take the pilot project. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My thought was similar. Not so much I thought 2 years was too long. So coming back more quickly, not so much to make the final decision, because we may or may not be able to do that, but at least to report in 6 months is fine, to give us an update on the type of materials, the locations, and so forth. I know that since my office is in San Jose, I know that they went through their green painted ones very quickly, and it certainly didn't take them 6 months. So that would be my suggestion.
Councilwoman Sayak.
I would certainly hope that the majority of the time that we're doing this pilot program is during the actual school year. I think if we are trying to place an emphasis around the schools, that we should actually utilize the school population, and the summertime, I think, wouldn't provide that much accurate information. I would like to see specific metrics, and maybe you can have some more discussion with transportation, parking, and safe routes, as how do we actually get some metrics on, is bike ridership increasing, whether it's counting bikes at the schools, maybe laying out some cords. Those are the types of metrics that I specifically would like to see moving forward.
Other questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm also anxious to get something started sooner than 2 years. I don't want to wait 2 years before we put down more green bike lanes. But I have a suggestion for Director Morley. Having worked for a manufacturing company, I frequently get, well, maybe not frequently, but I certainly get requests from customers for reliability type of data. So you might want to go to the companies that are supplying the materials, because there's ways of doing accelerated wear tests, accelerated life tests with more temperature or something like that, and request that the supplier provide us some data, see if they'll do that for us. Thanks.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ladd, I have not forgotten you. So it's your 3 minutes. You want to come on?
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Natalie Ladd, and I am the chair of the Bicycle Committee. I'm on the Safe Routes to School Committee and a commissioner on the Transportation Parking Committee. These are my personal feelings. I'm not representing any of the committees. So when we initially approved this, it's a pilot, and my personal thinking was a pilot is to try it big, try it all over the place. And my first thought was, let's try something inexpensive so we could get it in more territory instead of a small territory. After talking to staff, I heard that if you go with paint, it wears out easier, it's slippery. So maybe the cheapest solution is not the best solution. I know there's other solutions that are about $3, $4 a square foot, or $5 a square foot, or $15 a square foot. Based on what I've read so far, it looks like we're going towards the more expensive. And initially I thought, well, let's not go with most expensive or the cheapest, because we should go in the middle and try that and get more distance. Even based on the reports that I read from staff, they worked with San Jose and Palo Alto felt like the most expensive was not necessarily the best for them. So I personally think we shouldn't be going with the most expensive. And if I calculate this property properly, it looks like it's about $50,000. And if you divide $50,000 by 800 square feet, which is probably 2 intersections, that comes out to about $62.50 a square foot. If it's 2 sides and I need to divide it up even more, that still comes up to like $31 a square foot. I'm not a painter, I'm not a contractor, but I feel like that's really expensive. I did speak with Thomas Cook earlier today, because he's on the Safe Routes to School, and I asked him what he felt, and he said that he personally thought a continuous stretch would be more appropriate than identified intersections. I personally think as an identified intersection, it's good for that intersection, but the research has proven that people will ride the bike lanes if they feel like it's safe. And there's 60% of the people will come out and ride their bike if there's bike lanes. I don't think small intersections will make people feel that it's safe to continuously ride their bike from point A to point B. So I'm asking if there's any way we could look at these numbers, possibly expand it, or maybe use a cheaper product, but it's a pilot. Let's use it, let's get feedback. Some of the ideas that we toyed with in the bicycle committee meeting is putting information out on Nextdoor, maybe making a Facebook page, working with Safe Routes to School, making it available for residents, for pedestrians, for school-age kids, even drivers, to give feedback of what they think, so we could really use this as an opportunity for a pilot and not just make assumptions.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions for you. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Slatt, I wanted to get a little clarification. So they're trying 3 materials that it says are $58, $36, and $27 a linear foot. Are you suggesting there's other cheaper materials they didn't consider?
Based on the information that they gave us during a bicycle committee meeting, there are some products that's $3 to $4 a square foot, and some are $5 to $6, actually $5 a square foot. I don't know the exact name, but that's what was presented by staff to the Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Ladd, were you present at any of the meetings that they had with Safe Routes to School when they did present these plans?
Yes, I was.
Can you elaborate a little on the discussions? Was there general consensus? Were there specific alternatives or ideas that aren't necessarily in this proposal?
They put a big map up and identified 4 intersections and said that at this time they only had enough money to work on 3 intersections. I don't have the map here in front of me, but it was presented, this is what we were going to do, and staff did ask for input along with all the other committees. I gave the input, and I know Thomas Cook also gave the input that it should be continuous, but everybody was excited about the idea. And that was the only feedback that we got.
Other questions? Thank you very much. John Shepherdson?
Wrote this up, but the idea that I was thinking that I've seen in Santa Cruz and Levi Stadium, I believe, and San Jose is the green bike lanes are actually, it's striping. It's not one continuous green paint. And so perhaps if we did it with striping, we could do more areas, and we also could save money. So I don't know I don't know what the cost is, if it's more or less, but it's something I think worth considering. In terms of the testing, it seems to me that there would be a fair amount of data already out there in the marketplace as to how these products work. So I understand we're doing the testing in Los Gatos, but I don't know if the streets in Los Gatos are that much different than other locations. But I understand testing in terms of getting input from the community as to how they react to them. I understand that. But in terms of how they will actually function, I wonder if that data is not already in existence. And then the other thing I would suggest is perhaps at one of the bike lane areas that we actually put up pylons, these white pylons. I've seen that done, and I think that it makes the bike lanes safer. It's another visual for drivers to see. I think parents and children would feel safer if there were pylons. I know there's additional cost, but I offer that to you. And then my last point would be perhaps consider as part of this some kind of outreach to the community, maybe a campaign or at least an outreach to encourage people to use these bike lanes because green bike lanes, because we will be putting them down, and then and maybe that campaign will encourage them to use them. And sometimes it's a matter of getting used to something. I was heard tonight that Gunn High School, like 60% of the kids go use the bikes, and so the notion that we can't do it here, well, sometimes it's, if we can encourage that, maybe we can kind of change the culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Anyone else wants to speak to us regarding this topic? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for comments, questions, or a motion. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question of staff, if I might. It'll be Parks and Public Works, so. One of the questions, issues that came up was the cost. In your chart, you have three different costs associated with your proposed materials. Do you have any input with regard to lower priced materials?
So, yes, thank you very much. We actually, when we had presented to the committees, had told them, I think we gave them a range of about $4 a square foot to, I think we said about 15, something like that. And actually, what these prices come out to for the square footage is for the preformed thermoplastic is $11 a square foot. The sprayable thermoplastic is $5 a square foot. The resin is $3 a square foot. And the colored glass is actually $3.33 a square foot. So these are actually very good prices, especially when you're looking at the resin material and the colored glass aggregate. And it's within the same price range as paint, and actually less expensive than what we had originally mentioned at the committee meetings. We were just able to get some good prices from the vendors.
One more question. The issue was raised by Councilmember Sayoc with regard to timing, that if it is the town's intention to get input during the school year, starting the process or project in June may not be good. What is your thinking about when the project will be functional and therefore able to be tested?
We have the informal bids already, and we also have the request for quotes. So if we have council's approval tonight, we can move forward and probably start the project, I would say, within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Rennie.
So translation from linear foot to square foot, how wide is the bike lane?
The bike lanes are 5 foot, but the painted green areas 4.5 feet because we have the white striping on the sides.
Okay, so I guess the second question, when I met with Director Morley probably 2 months ago to ask about an update on this, I asked the same question, why didn't we do a longer strip? Could you repeat your answer on why we're doing the short pieces in high conflict areas?
Sure. So part of it is just from a best practices standpoint from when we had this discussion with Alta Design Group and also the other jurisdictions. I think there's another couple components here. Also, because we are trying to use different materials, we have 4 different materials. Using it in the conflict areas, of course, gives us the opportunity to not change materials along a long stretch. Also, from the best practices standpoint, what we were told is it's best to use these in conflict areas because if you are using them along a long stretch, what happens sometimes is that people in cars start becoming used to them. So when you come up to an intersection and all of a sudden they see these green bike lanes, it gives them pause, whereas they get used to it if they're in a very long stretch. And of course, having it in a very long stretch also would be very expensive because it's, if those stretches would be probably cost prohibitive in this pilot project, but certainly could be something that we could look at in a larger project.
I have a question relating to Mr. Shepherdson's comment. On page 2 of the staff report, you report that best practices shows that a dashed lane is better. Are you contemplating a dashed bike lane or a solid bike lane?
So the dashed bike lanes are generally in areas where bicycles and cars are crossing each other. So you have the solid bike lanes in areas that are completely designated for the bicycles. So we don't, in these intersections, have any areas where bicycles and cars are necessarily crossing each other. So that what he showed on the screen is something that is used for these crossing areas. And I wish I actually have a visual I didn't bring with me that would make it clearer, but it's certainly something we can get to council.
Other questions, comments, or a motion? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I want to first of all commend the Transportation and Parking Committee for their efforts on this, as well as staff bringing this forward this evening. And, you have to start somewhere. I think this proposal sounds reasonable. And if we find out that the community likes one area better or one type of material better, then if we decide to expand on it, we can use the materials that are most preferred. Also, there's not too much material going down, so if the community decides they absolutely don't like it, maybe they want to have wildcat orange instead of green or something like that, the material might be able to be removed. So I was going to go forward with the staff's recommendation authorizing the town manager to execute the construction agreement with Crisp Company in the amount not to exceed $49,100, and then authorize the staff for future change orders to the construction agreement in the amount not to exceed $4,900, so we can move forward with this evening.
So we have a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation. Is there a second? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will second if the maker of the motion, I have several things that I would like to add to the motion, so I will do them one at a time. That we, as far as the locations, that the council recommends the locations that were specified by staff in its presentation, so that would be the first addition.
Yes.
That staff do its best efforts to put these materials into effect within 4 to 6 weeks.
Yes.
That staff do a report back to us, the council, not necessarily with a conclusion, but a report back in 6 months.
Yes.
Oh, this is good. I'm on a roll. That the staff do its best efforts to get information out to the community and back from the community, including digital, next door Los Gatos, all of those types of modalities.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Okay.
I'm seconding it.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on the motion? Okay. Mr. Rennie.
I guess I would just add to that, I'd like to see them continue to try to get more information from other jurisdictions that have this in practice and, information about the reliability of the materials.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. It's been made by Councilman Leonardis, seconded by Vice Mayor Spector. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 7, which was on the consent calendar. I believe Mr. Leonardis it was your request to pull it, so could you let us know your thinking?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jensen. This item, not unlike the last item, comes with a diagram of what the intersection will look like once the improvements will be made. So I wanted the public to have a chance to see that in the public forum, as well as perhaps make some comments on that intersection.
Okay, so I should tell the members of the public that this is an item regarding Winchester Boulevard and Lark Avenue intersection improvements project 471-813-0203. And the council is considering improvements to that intersection, both as a result of funding from the Albright project and from, I think, additional funding from the town. Correct, Mr. Morley?
This is funding from our town traffic mitigation fund, which is developer funded.
Okay. Okay, so that is what we're considering. And is there anything to add to the staff report? Ms. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We are requesting tonight approval of the plans and specifications for the Winchester Boulevard and Lark Avenue intersection improvement project, authorizing staff to advertise the project for bid, authorizing the town manager to award and execute a construction agreement in an amount not to exceed $805,061, including contingencies, and authorizing staff to execute future change orders in an amount not to exceed 15%. The proposed improvements at Winchester Boulevard and Lark will modify the traffic signal system, adding a receiving lane on northbound Winchester and constructing new accessibility ramps, sidewalks, and a bus stop. The engineer's estimate for this construction is $728,571, including contingencies. That's the end of my report, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Peterson? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Peterson, can you show us where the bus stop will be, the receiving lane, and the accessible ramps will be placed?
Sure. So right here is the bus stop. You can see the bus stop at this location. This is the receiving lane that is coming onto Winchester Boulevard going north. And then we are putting in new accessibility ramps at this location, and also we're having a crossing down here at Wimbledon Drive.
Madam Mayor, if I can follow up, is there currently a bus stop at that location now?
There currently is not a bus stop. In order to get that receiving lane in, we're actually widening the street at that location, so that curb line is moving in.
So will there be a double right turn lane? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, so, we're calling it a receiving lane.
Oh.
So that ultimately when cars are coming on Lark Avenue, going west and turning north onto Winchester, that they won't have to pause at that intersection. They'll actually be able to continue through the intersection all the way up to Wimbledon Drive. So that, does help with the traffic flow.
One last question. The other side of the street where the Goodwill truck sets, we have a sidewalk that ends, and then we have a situation where gravel pours out onto the road, and there's really no driveway, but people go in and out of there all day long, which to me has always been a safety issue. Has there been any plans to address that with perhaps a continuation of the sidewalk going all the way around the corner and putting a formal driveway cut out there? Approach, I should say, is what they call it, a driveway approach.
Well, I'll give a quick comment on this and then pass it to Mr. Morley. My understanding is that that is a property that is currently owned by the town but may not be in the future, and then if it was ultimately developed, that would be something that we would be looking for from a developer to install. But I'll ask Mr. Morley to maybe see if he has anything more to add.
And no additional comments on that from me.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. The first one is I see that the funds are coming out of the traffic mitigation fund. So is this wholly paid for by the Albright project?
I think the traffic mitigation fees come from various sources, so it would not necessarily be just from the Albright project.
Did they pay enough for this whole construction project, I guess is really what the question is.
I don't have the information on exactly what they paid into traffic mitigation fees, but I can certainly get that information.
It's not that important. I was just kind of curious. So my second question is, and I always mix these up, I think it's Charter Oaks is the street that's close to the corner there, or maybe it's Placer Oaks, I can't remember. It's very difficult to get in and out of that street sometimes, and now we're going to be expecting a lot more traffic with the Albright project coming in, and you've made improvements for this intersection. Do we have any plans to improve how the residents can get in and out of there as the flow of traffic increases?
There's nothing that I am aware of at this time for a project there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Peterson, it seems like we're only addressing one corner of the intersection, really, and being that the Albright development is coming online, there could be future improvements, or as you mentioned, somebody might develop that other corner that we own. So would it be prudent to wait for a complete intersection design in the future rather than spend the $859 or $805,000 now?
Well, I believe that what we're getting with this design, the receiving lane, is going to definitely be important for traffic flow. In addition, we are putting in some signal improvements at Wimbledon where we'll be having cameras to allow for traffic down there instead of loops, and that's going to be a big improvement. Putting in the ADA, getting ADA compliance along that corridor, especially crossing there from across Lark Avenue, I think is also very important and worthy to move forward with. And certainly it's something that can be added onto. The other thing that we are getting as well is a bike lane, which I'm sort of showing right here. So we're going to be getting a bike lane in here as well. So it's not something that precludes us doing work on the other side of the intersection and expanding on what we're doing here.
Thank you. And I'm very glad that you put the diagram up and were able to explain all these other things, because that information was not included in the staff report. The bus stop, the bike lane, the ADA stuff, and the timing on the Wimbledon intersection. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Following up on the question that was just asked of you about other improvements, in the staff report, it makes a reference to will connect to the infrastructure improvements that will be done as part of the private development project north of Wimbledon. What are those, or what is that?
So that is the work that is being done for the Albright project. And that's that was part of the approval for the improvements that happened with the Albright project, which is also sort of an expansion continuing down the street, and some improvements along the street down here. I don't have all of those, that information with me, exactly what all of those improvements are, but I can certainly get that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
I have one card on this. Mr. Shepherdson.
Just one question I had was the lawsuit that was settled. There was a payment. A part of the settlement was a payment of $350,000 for, as I recall, mitigation and to assist the community adjacent to the Albright development. And I was curious as to what are those funds being used for this project, and what percentage of those funds are being used? So I just had that question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morley, can you answer that question? Or Mr. Schultz?
At the time, that $350,000 is not being used for this project. I think at a future date, when it's determined, it could either be used for a separate project pursuant to the settlement agreement, or it could be used to backfill back into the mitigation fund. But for this project, we're specifically using the mitigation fees that are the town-wide one.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address the council on this item? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and again look to the council for questions, comments, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. After the detailed explanation provided by Ms. Peterson, I'm willing to go forward with staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3 on page 1 of the staff report and make that a motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. Any comments or questions on the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Which brings us to item number 8. Again, this was on the consent calendar. We had a request to pull it by Natalie Ladd. I think we also had members of the council that wanted to pull it. I'm one of those people, so I will say that the reason I wanted to pull it was a concern about the suggested makeup of the proposed commission was my concern. And I think there were other people that wanted to pull it. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I was considering pulling it, and the issue I had was the selection, the process by which the town's representative to the VTA committee was done.
Councilman Rennie, I think you also wanted to pull it.
Yeah, I preferred the alternative makeup where you had a member from Parks, Youth, and Parking and Transportation, because I think, there was a concern about commissioners being on 2 commissions, and we do have commissioners on committees like the North Florida Advisory Committee, so forth. But I think having those from those 3 committees helps tie the work that those committees are already doing together with this. So that would be my preference.
Okay. We have an explanation from 3 council members as to why the matter's been pulled. So before I call Ms. Ladd, I'm going to ask for a staff presentation. Then we'll do questions, then we'll get public comment. Mr. Morley.
Thank you. We'll give Lisa a break on this one. So this item recommends the establishment of a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. As you're aware from the staff report, currently the town has a Bicycle Advisory Committee made up of 3 members, 1 each from the Parks Commission, the Youth Commission, and the Transportation and Parking Commissions. The proposed resolution that we have before you includes 7 at-large members appointed by the council. We did put in the memo staff an alternative that we considered of continuing to include an appointee from each of the commissions that I mentioned. We did not bring that forward as a recommendation because there is a council policy that states that commissioners will serve only on 1 commission, and because the proposal is to establish this as a commission, that would necessitate changing that policy. So that's the main reason why it didn't come forward in that direction. In terms of addressing the VTA BPAC, the proposal does recommend moving the appointment authority to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission from the Transportation and Parking Commission. The recommended prioritization on that is that it be through either the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission as it's newly formed, or another commission of the town, and only if there are no alternatives there would it move to a member at large. I think that answers the questions or addresses the questions. Certainly staff's willing to make the adjustments as necessary.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had questions of Mr. Morley earlier today, and so that we can discuss them with everybody. One of my questions was, has the VTA, I'm going to call it the VTA Bicycle Group, has it been in existence for some extended amount of time? The answer was yes. And that our representative to the VTA group has always been from the Parking Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that the only exception to that was recently when Ms. Hanson got appointed to the Planning Commission, and so there was a period of time that she served on the VTA group until someone else, while she was on the Planning Commission. But that was the only exception.
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Morley, I'm just kind of curious about the impetus for this change. We had something that appeared to be working just fine, and all of a sudden we get a staff report that says a certain individual is named to become the new representative, and it didn't clearly come from a council policy creation or a council appointment. So it was strange to me that, number one, why we would even change something that seems to be working just fine, and number two, all of a sudden there's an individual who will be representing us without our policy being put into place.
So as I said, the basis for the appointment historically has been the recommendation of the Transportation and Parking Commission. We had a regular meeting agenda item on that appointment. The Transportation and Parking Commission decided to pull together a special meeting, which we conducted about a week and a half ago, to deliberate on this subject. Leading up to that, they had some discussion on who would be considered. I think overall, as the commission decided that it would be beneficial to have a good pool of candidates to look at. One of the considerations that the commission also brought into the fold was that it was likely to be ultimately a short-term appointment, and that it was more important to move quickly and get an appointee to the VTA in the short term, so the town was represented there. With the understanding that should a new commission be established, that commission would then have, as proposed, would then have the authority for the appointment and could make a change if needed.
I guess my concern arises from there's people in the know in the community that would know to go to the Transportation and Parking Committee meeting and actually be available to be appointed. But normally when we are appointing commissioners, committee members, et cetera, we advertise to the community and we offer it to each and every individual in the community. And it seems like what happened here was that If you didn't show up that morning when you were being appointed, you had to know to show up that morning to be appointed. So that kind of concerned me the way it went about. Even though it may or may not be temporary, I'm not sure.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Morley. Oh, sorry, Councilman Rennie.
So I'd like to go back to the issue of not having commissioners from the 3 other commissions, which are now effectively on the bicycle committee. So we would basically no longer have those connections if we appoint separate commissioners, 7 separate commissioners. Do you have any suggestions on how we tie the work together, especially Parking and Transportation Commission with this new commission? Because it seems to me there's a lot of overlap in what they do.
So I think in the past, staff has carried that load and would continue to do so. So we report out, for instance, to the Parks Commission and the Transportation and Parking Commission on projects or issues that overlap. Trails would be a good example of something that covers what would cover all 3 commissions in the new format. And we would continue to report out on that and provide input and movement and activities of the other commissions across the board. With that said, from staff's perspective, if it was council's desire to keep the current structure, we'd be fine with that. We'd need to make the adjustment at council's direction to the council policy to allow for it.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Morley. Natalie Ladd.
Hi, I'm Natalie Ladd, and I am on the Transportation Parking Committee as well as the Bicycle Committee and the Safe Routes to School Committee. We are very, very excited that this is going to become a bigger committee, and we're adding pedestrian in there as well. It's a huge thing for us. Also, to be able to meet every other month is wonderful because we were meeting as needed, so thank you very much for considering this. One of the problems that we have that there's only 3 members, and when one member is not available, it becomes a little hard to make decisions with only 2 members because there's not a tiebreaker. And we asked if we could increase the people to either 5 or 7. I personally support keeping the existing committee and adding on other members of the community, so we still have a tie-in with the Transportation and Parking Committee and the Parks and Youth Commission as well. Another thing that I wanted to address is the VTA BPAC position. I do feel like that this position should be, if it's going to be a resident or someone that's not an existing commissioner, perhaps opening up the opportunity to other residents in town, and maybe if it's going to be someone that's not a commissioner, it could be appointed by the council instead of the commission picking someone else. That is pretty much it. Thank you very much.
See if there's questions for you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Ms. Saya.
Ms. Ladd, when discussing the different structures and alternatives, one of it was workload. And so it sounds like you serve on several of these committees. Realistically, for all the others, the workload to be on yet another commission, do you think it would be significant at where it may detract from potential applicants?
Not at all. I mean, honestly, last year for the Bicycle Committee, I think we met 3 times. Now it might be 5 times. It's actually really useful and helpful that I am on these multiple committees because I hear other items that are on the committee. So it's really easy to pull the information together. There's no burden for me, and I actually enjoy it. So I think it's awesome to be able to take that information back to the various committees also and say, this is what we talked about in the Bicycle Committee. So it's very useful for me.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Ladd. I don't have any other cards on this. Maria Risto.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I'm also a Parking and Transportation Commissioner. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. First of all, I'm excited that there's going to be this commission. I attended the VTA BPAC meeting, and the representatives from the towns are very involved. Most towns have their own BPACs, and I think Los Gatos needs to move toward that point, so I think this is a really positive direction. To clarify, Melanie Hansen was the VTA commissioner, or VTA BPAC position when she was on the Transportation Commission, but she was off of that for a couple of years and retained the position as VTA. So as Transportation and Parking, when we were choosing a new person, because she, as not a Transportation and Parking Commissioner, but as the VTA BPAC position had to resign because of a conflict with the Planning Commission, we had that opening. And initially, I was appointed, went to the meeting, and determined that because of the massive time commitment involved and the very high level of involvement with VTA that the other representatives had, I wanted to have more time to work on the Parking and Transportation Commission and felt that we needed a strong advocate who would bring things back to the town. So I came back to our commission, explained that. We had a big discussion, and I don't know what happened because we had discussed noticing this through Nextdoor and was told that was being taken care of. But we did have 3 applicants. One person showed a lot of initiative. Peter, I forgot his name, but he actually had attended the VTA BPAC, noticed that there was an opening in Los Gatos. He's a Los Gatos resident and came to the meeting. So for whatever reason, I can't speak for our chair, he determined that because a BPAC was going to be formed and that they might appoint somebody in the future, we really do want somebody now, and so we looked at the 3 candidates and with a vote of 4-2 had chosen the person who could answer the most questions about policies, who seemed to really understand bicycle laws and policies and how it relates to Los Gatos and VTA. So that's just another perspective.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and again look to the council for questions, comments, or a motion. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Director Morley, I understand Parks Commission meets once every month. This new commission, we're talking about having it meet every other month. How often does the Youth Commission meet?
The Youth Commission meets monthly. The Parks Commission meets every other month. The proposal for this new commission would be every other month or as needed. Sometimes we need this commission. We'd need this commission for grant opportunities to pull together a little more frequently.
And Parking and Transportation meets every month now also?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments or motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. My thoughts on this are twofold. One is I do like the way the current structure is with a member of Parks, Transportation, and the Youth. To address Ms. Ladd's comments that there may not be enough members if one of those individuals is absent on any given occasion, I could see that being problematic. I think staying with the existing core and perhaps adding a couple members, but opening that up to council interviews like we do other boards and commissions, I think would be reasonable moving forward. So that's where my thoughts are. I don't see any need to disband what we have and then add the word pedestrian advisory commission at this time.
Okay. So I'm actually going to convert your comments to a motion. And my motion would be that we adopt a resolution establishing the Town of Los Gatos Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission and dissolving the Bicycle Advisory Committee by rescinding Resolution 2005-39. Attachment 3 of our staff report provides a resolution for us to do that. And I would make part of my motion to change paragraph 2A, which talks about the council appointing all 7 members. I too think it's very important to keep the core of 3 people on the existing commission, in particular the youth representative, because we really need to have a youth representative on a bicycle and pedestrian committee, particularly given what we heard earlier this evening. And it also makes sense for continuity going forward that the people that have been doing this job can continue to do the job. So my motion would include changing that. My motion would also include opening the VTA bicycle representative, whatever it might be, newly to an appointment process by the council in conjunction with advertising for the new commission that's created. And it may be that people that have applied for that or did apply for that VTA position might be appointed to a commission and might be among the pool that are selected by them, but I think it should be open to a community application process. So that's my motion. Comments, questions, Vice Mayor Spector.
Questions for the maker of the motion. When you say that you would modify the proposed resolution to maintain the 3 current, first of all, just for clarification, what do you mean by the 3 current? And would these 3 committees or commissions appoint their own individuals to this new commission?
I'm sorry, what I would do is if, with reference to page 1 of the proposed resolution, which is attachment 3 of our staff report, right now it says the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission shall consist of 7 members. I'm fine with that. The next sentence is all commissioners shall be appointed by the town council. What I would change it to would be 4 commissioners to be appointed by the town council, and those 3 representatives from a representative shall consist of a representative from the Youth Commission, from the Parks and Transportation, and I'm sorry, I forget the other, bicycle or whatever it is. Parks, sorry. And those be called out as standing commission members rather than open 7
That makes
positions.
sense.
Okay.
And that makes sense. And then the last question, it wasn't clear to me how the VTA, BPAC, BPAC would be selected under your motion.
My motion now, given that I don't know if this motion will succeed and when the commission might next meet, would be to revoke the appointment that's been made and open it to an application process to the town to be appointed by the council. If the new commission meets before that, then the resolution provides that it will actually appoint that member. What I'm worried about is having a gap between now and the first meeting of the commission.
All right, with that understanding, I'll second the motion.
Councilman Rennie.
So let me ask a question about duration. The motion currently says it's 3 years. The Bicycle Committee now, everybody's reappointed by their commissions each year. It seems like that might be reasonable to leave the ones coming from those commissions to be reappointed every year, but allow those that are appointed by the council to be 3 years.
And that would be fine with me. I would include it in the motion. Seconder?
Yes, thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. Given the discussion we had with Safe Routes to School and creating partnerships, would the maker of the motion and the seconder be willing to have one of the 7 be a standing member that Safe Routes to School Committee chooses?
I do not have an objection to that, so that would make 4 standing members and 3 at-large members.
Correct.
I'm willing to include that in my motion. Seconder?
Yes.
So that is included in the motion. Other questions or Mr. Morley?
Just for clarification, first, the Safe Routes to School is an unofficial committee, so the membership is rather loosely formed, just for information for the council. Secondly, the VTA BPAC is a 2-year appointment, which could provide for a little bit of awkwardness if the appointments from the commissions to the newly formed commission, town BPAC, are 1-year appointments. So if you're appointed from, for instance, the Parking and Transportation Commission to the new Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission for a period of 1 year, and then subsequently appointed as a VTA BPAC representative, you could have a year that you're not on the town's BPAC.
You could do that if you're on the council too, but I think, Mr. Rennie, I understood your suggestion to be that for the representatives from the standing committees, that they could be appointed by that committee each year, but that those appointed by the council would have a 3-year term. Is that my understanding? So at least for the maker of the motion, I don't have an issue with that. Seconder?
Fine.
Seconder does not. So we have a motion on the floor. Does everyone understand the motion? Comments or questions on the motion? Mr. Schultz.
You might have clarified this, but I wasn't sure. For the appointment that's made to the VTAC, is that supposed to be from the commission, or could it be at large? And I'm not sure if that
It's
was
not
clear.
included in the resolution.
I would think that should be cleared up.
I think that it should be from the commission, and I would actually include that in my motion. Seconder?
I agree.
The language is in the resolution currently.
Oh, is it? Okay.
In the proposed resolution.
Can you tell me where it is?
Yeah.
I know that the commission appoints, but I don't know where the pool is. Okay, I'm looking at the last page, and it's actually paragraph 3. That gave me lots of stuff, but D.
Under D, it actually says
3.
it could be at large.
It does. It says 2. Will consider members of other standing commissions and residents of Los Gatos as at large as the representative. So I would actually, my motion would be, given the discussion, to strike that, or and residents of Los Gatos at large as the representative.
For clarification, that section starts, should the Bicycle Advisory Commission fail to appoint a member of the commission, then it leaves an alternative.
Right.
You would
I think they can do it.
Got it.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Which brings us to item 9, which has been pulled by Councilwoman Sayak. And would you let us know why?
Yes. I appreciate the status report. I pulled it just because I'd like to see if there is something that we can do as a council to make it more substantive rather than just a status report on a regular basis. For example, moving forward, there were several items on here that are being identified to start in the 2015 to 2020 phase. Is there a process so that we as a council can start identifying which are considered more of a priority, and how can that happen?
So before I call on the Vice Mayor, the answer to your question is yes. I'm going to call on Ms. Privetti. I think that would be taken care of under our strategic goals discussion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Vice Mayor Spector.
I was going to suggest at our strategic goals meeting.
What a good suggestion. Does that satisfy you, Councilwoman Sayak?
Yes. So.
Anyone in the audience, because this is now pulled from the consent calendar and it's a regular item? Anyone want to discuss this item? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to the council for a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I move to approve item number 9.
There's a second. Seconded by Councilman Rennie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Which brings us to item 13. Oak Meadow Park Master Plan and Bachman Park Improvement Plan request for proposals. Mr. Morley.
Thank you. On December 2nd of 2014, staff presented this item to the council. As a reminder, staff saw a potential for a series of projects at Oak Meadow Park, some of those projects potentially overlapping. This was out of a project that we had proposed to redo the irrigation and the paving, the pathways at the park. In reaching out to the public, including the Parks Commission, as well as folks who have activities at the park, as well as Billy Jones Railroad. There were quite a few demands at the park, and so we decided to take a step back and make a recommendation of looking at the project more holistically. Our proposal at that time was to seek out a consultant to do a master plan for Oak Meadow Park. The council directed us to bring that back to the Parks Commission for feedback on a couple of areas, including funding and their perspective on the master plan. Overall, the Parks Commission was enthusiastic about the look at the park and the attention that parks were getting in Los Gatos over the last couple of fiscal years. They did provide some input, and those points are highlighted in the staff report and are important to staff that we include those as a master plan moves forward, if that's the direction that we receive from council today. Since the time that staff reviewed this with the Planning Commission, it also came up to us that perhaps there's additional work at Bachman Park that could be tied in from a design perspective, because we do have a capital project slated for this year at Bachman Park, and there might be some economies of scale. So we've added that on to establish both the public outreach for both, as well as the preliminary efforts at a capital project at Bachman Park. So again, the outreach would be the key part here, making sure that we're establishing a plan for both parks that is important to the neighbors and the community that use those facilities. So in conclusion for the staff report, we're recommending that council direct staff to issue a request for proposals for a master plan for Oak Meadow Park and design for Bachman Park.
Thank you. Questions? Councilman Rennie.
So I have a question about the gazebo project. You have $22K left over from that. You're looking to transfer it into the Oak Meadow project. Now I recall from my days on the Parking Commission and Beautification, Parks Commission and Beautification Committee that we were doing the gazebo in two steps, one a restoration and then a irrigation and replanting around it. So is the replanting and the irrigation done, or is that going to be part of what's transferred to the Oak Meadow project?
The gazebo or the bandstand, as I was corrected on earlier, is the project that is in the capital program right now is to paint the bandstand, and that's been completed. That's actually where we took the step back when we started to look at what were the greater needs around the bandstand, including potentially harder surfaces out in front to accommodate the events that are going on, like Shakespeare or the Los Gatos Community Foundation events. We thought it would make more sense to have an understanding of what needed to go on there, what would be programmed there before we went through and, for instance, redid the irrigation and the turf in that area now, only to take it back out at a later point to take on the next project in the space.
So was the gazebo project that this funding, this $22K that's left over, was that supposed to include, or is that just the painting?
That was just the painting in the project.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Morley, you mentioned that there were some demands brought forth by the community, such as the Billy Jones Railroad, and that was kind of the impetus for maybe coming up with the idea of a master plan. Can you elaborate on what those demands were and from which entities?
So we've seen several. I mentioned the desire of the Los Gatos Community Foundation. We've also seen some need with our very high level of park reservations at the park. It's occupied almost every weekend through the summer months and into the fall. So there's a potential for reworking and increasing the capacity there for picnics and family gatherings. We've also had a successful 4th of July there, which showed that we could use some additional shade structure. The ideal from my perspective would be trees, but certainly that would be a good opportunity for the community to provide further input on what that might look like. And then from Billy Jones' perspective, they have some needs around their pathways and their paving. The infrastructure that they have in place that would include, for instance, a place to store aggregate that they use for their train tracks to make sure that they stay solid, and housing for their trains. Would like to note that none of this has been deemed part of the project, all part of the community process, I think, ultimately as we move forward, but something that was enlightening to staff as we looked at the potential projects at the site.
Followed by Councilman Leonardis and then Councilwoman Sayoc.
So I guess the question becomes, we have all these wonderful ideas of what people would like to see, and why do we need to spend $80,000 to bring those ideas to fruition?
I think the key is the integration of the ideas. So in the example of the bandstand, being able to put in an irrigation system that accommodates the hardscape that may go in around the bandstand, walkways and where they may go in relation to the other activities in the park, where we might have future 4th of July gatherings that would be most effective in the park, and how we can incorporate the infrastructure around those facilities. There's hills along one side, and are those an effective solution? And how can we make sure that they continue to work for the park? And what does the playground look like, and how does that integrate with the park in terms of location and size and shade structures that are provided there? Where do restroom facilities fit into the grand scheme? Do we need another restroom facility perhaps on the other side of the park? And how does that infrastructure tie in with the existing infrastructure? All of those things are things that would be master planned in, that would with a look at what is feasible.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
When looking at this master plan, are the uses already delineated? And the reason why I ask is that several, I guess, kids have asked whether or not can they start including the ideas of a skate park back into this conversation, and is this the appropriate time to raise that?
So ultimately, that's a council item to bring up and to raise and to throw into the mix. Certainly, from staff's perspective, we would hear that. I would expect during the public outreach and bring it back in the master planning process during the conversations and for review by council.
A follow-up. So, but just so I can understand, this 80,000 though, is it to go out and solicit what are the different ideas and uses that are out there, or is it to plan what is already on a table on a sheet? Has that decision been made?
No, this would be to start from the ground up, to reach out to the community, have community meetings, bring people, stakeholders together, develop ideas, put them on paper, repeat the community process to continue to get feedback, to bring it through the commissions to ensure that they have their input and their buy-in, and to bring it back to council along the way for input here as well.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go back to you, Councilman Leonardis, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to Bachman, what the recommendation is monies for an improvement plan for Bachman Park. I vaguely recall that we had objectives for Bachman Park, and that they centered on the irrigation and the watering issues over there. So are you looking for improvements outside of those parameters? Are you, as you were saying to Councilmember Sayak, is everything open now, or are we still on Bachman looking at the watering?
We had tied the project that we currently have on the books for Bachman includes a look at pathways and lighting as the focus. So ADA pathways, much like what we did at Blossom Hill, and LED lighting like we did at many of our parks. This would, as we were walking the park and looking at the project, also incorporate things like the sandbox that is made of concrete block pavers stacked in a circle. Not an ideal sandbox. They're loosely stacked and could potentially, although the sandbox appears to be very well used in that neighborhood, it could be something that's maybe a little bit more structurally sound and safe for the kids to play on. There's also a retaining wall up towards the basketball court that is made much the same way that we are constantly replacing block on. And then the basketball court itself is a question. It's fairly large for a half a court. I wouldn't expect that we would want a full court, but maybe a smaller half-court basketball court would be appropriate. All things that we'd want to discuss with the neighbors. With this one, we'd want to make sure that we stay within the boundaries of the budget allocated to the park, unless, of course, council was interested in appropriating additional dollars for an expanded project.
Thank you.
Councilman Rennie.
I want to go back to the $80,000. So you just described a process of going through a bunch of community meetings and collecting inputs. I was assuming the $80,000 at the end of spending that, we would also end up with a design that we could use. I would assume that part of the process is probably, raw collection of data. Then this consultant would create some kind of, at least a high-level design. We'd go collect more input. They would modify it again. So the end result of our $80,000 is we would have some kind of design, correct?
The idea here would be, and typically in a master plan, is you get, and depending on how much of an investment you make on the master plan, you get a design that is more than a conceptual design. It gets down into specifics on what spaces are used, but doesn't provide you construction drawings for construction. So there would be that additional portion that would be necessary at the end, which is why we've separated out the distinction between Bachman, where we would expect to get construction drawings, and Oak Meadow, where we would expect to get a fairly significant master plan that talks about the integration of spaces, potentially provides a prioritization based on community input on which projects go first and where to move next.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So, Mr. Morley, this seems kind of like a chicken and the egg thing. Spend the $80,000 or commit to spend the $80,000, then hold the community meetings, see what the results are, see what the public wants, and then maybe the $80,000 isn't enough. Maybe the $80,000 designs something that the town might not have in their budget to build. So it seems to me the most logical thing to do would be to host the community meetings and get the information from the public first, and then perhaps move forward based on what the public brings back. So I'm hesitant about just signing a blank check for $80,000, making an assumption. I did hear what you said about Billy Jones and the Community Foundation and the others, and it sounds like you have some concrete ideas for Bachman Park, actual improvements that could be made, but without the buy-in from the neighbors on that, I'm still hesitant to move forward at this point.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along those lines, my first issue or concern was the timing of all of this. And the second one was, and this is similar to what Mr. Leonardis was saying, it seems to me that we need to have the ideas, and then the council needs to buy in on the ideas, and then we do drawings, because what if people do renderings, whether they're specific or not, and they're doing renderings of items that the council doesn't approve? So I sort of see the chicken and the egg issue also.
Questions?
Maybe my recollection is incorrect, but following this conversation, didn't we ask the Parks Commission to do a lot of these community meetings so that we can get a broad sense of what are the competing uses? And is that still a possibility? Have them do the community meetings, bring back the various uses and ideas, make the decision, and then based on that decision, go out, and perhaps it would be a smaller amount for a master plan. Is that a possibility?
So certainly the Parks Commission is going to be a vital component. Our vision from staff's perspective is that they're a component as a stakeholder, providing input along the way and priorities based on their knowledge and expertise with the town. In terms of gathering information, I think, and the reason that staff's come forward with a proposal for a consultant for a master plan is that these consultants specialize in developing master plans for parks. They know what to ask, they know what's possible, they know how to frame it for the community to get the best ideas, to be the most productive possible, to be able to put together a solid program that that can be successful in the long run. I don't know that there's a capacity on the Parks Commission side to be able to hold community meetings and to gather input and to put that together into something that could be used for establishing a capital project.
We have some speakers too, so question?
Very short one. Live Oak Manor, this might have been before your time, but when that was renovated, did we use a master plan, or was that a Parks Commission bringing the neighborhood together?
It was before my time. I believe there was not a master plan associated with Live Oak Manor. It was a design that was done to line out the construction for that project. In a smaller project like a Live Oak Manor, that would be a reasonable direction. And again, much like on Bachman, the direction that we're suggesting is moving straight into a design type of a direction with a consultant facilitating a lesser community outreach nonetheless, but a lesser than what we might do for a larger park like Oak Meadow.
Councilman Rennie, I thought you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First question is, we already have a needs assessment done for that park. I believe your predecessor did something, if I'm remembering correctly, so we're not really starting from scratch on what we need. Is that correct?
Yeah, we do have an assessment. It's a fairly It's a very high-level assessment of essentially what's at the park now, and not so much a look at what does the park need in terms of improvements.
Okay, and then I guess the second part was to make a comment. So I recall being on the Parks Commission when we put in the youth sports park. The process there was the Parks Commissioners attended the meetings that were put on by staff where we collected a lot of information. There was several of them. We even played puzzle pieces and fit stuff together. And then eventually the recommendations were collected by staff, but then they went to Parks Commission, who had been at these, and then made some decisions. So that's kind of how I would see the process going with this. It's not the Parks Commission collecting all the input. It's them being involved in the process.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do understand that you have people who want to speak. I'm still having a difficult time understanding the process. So we hire consultants, we pay this money, they do outreach. And they hear from the community that they want to put a full basketball court and a skateboard park in Bachman. All right, and so then they do drawings and renderings, and they bring them back to the council, and the council goes, we don't want either of those things, or we want them smaller. I just don't understand the steps of the process.
Certainly, if there needs to be a framework associated with it, we could bring it to council either as a study session or as a simple item, agenda item, with some guidelines of where the consultant thinks we should take it, and allow council to provide guidance right at the front end, so that we have some goals to put forward for the community, or some boundaries to put on the project. That would be completely reasonable in the process.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Morley. Sharon Childs.
Madam Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sharon Childs. I have lived in Los Gatos for over 45 years, and I also represent the Los Gatos Community Foundation as the executive director. Excuse me. The Los Gatos Community Foundation has had a long history with Oak Meadow Park. The idea of a community foundation originated in 1990 with 3 women who were on the Los Gatos Parks Commission. It was their desire to build a bandstand. They discovered the historical Linden Carriage House cupola in a storage yard in the San Jose Historical Museum. So the ladies, along with the town, petitioned the Santa Clara Historical Commission to grant and preserve the cupola and build a gazebo with which to place it. Because the cupola had a historic background, the commission awarded a grant for the restoration only, with the stipulation that the restored cupola be displayed in a place where it can be enjoyed by the community. The town funds were limited due to the 1989 earthquake, so the Los Gatos Community Foundation became a nonprofit organization in 1993 and created the Dare to Dream campaign, which took over 10 years to raise the $325,000 needed to complete the project. In 2003, the Linden Bandstand was dedicated to the town and given to the town of Los Gatos. Last year, with some funding help from the Los Gatos Community Foundation, the town repainted the bandstand. The bandstand area is used for many events during the year, such as daily morning exercise classes, a summer camp Shakespeare for children, and the town's 4th of July celebration. They use it for the seniors dancing group, children's programs, and a banjo band. During the summer months, the Shakespeare Festival uses the front area for staging. Also, the foundation's new annual Los Gatos Park Dance uses it. Any event that has an audience plays havoc on causing dust that it kicks up, and the landscaping the way it is now gets torn up. The Los Gatos Park Dance is a fast becoming a new Saturday of Labor Day weekend tradition. We promote the park dance by encouraging our fellow citizens to enjoy an evening of community in one of the jewels of Los Gatos, and that's Oak Meadow Park. This is a central theme of our promotion. In many ways, it's the star of our show. Improving the park, it will allow it to better accommodate multiple purposes, including music feature performances with dancing, weddings, and special events. These type of things can only encourage citizens to use the park to a greater degree. Investing in the park with new irrigation along with turf and landscaping around the bandstand and multi-purpose flooring and dancing for seated presentations will add to the dimensions of the bandstand. Thank you for considering funding for the Oak Meadow Park Master Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. You have no questions. Thank you. John Shepherdson.
I think that's number 4. I know you keep count. I'll start first, and maybe the train has left the station on this, but in my humble view, the better place for the Veterans Tribute is in Oak Meadow Park. There's a huge American flag there now. It's quiet and reflective. Children can see it, and so I offer you that. With respect to Bachman Park, I have a bias. I've played a lot of basketball. I grew up in Bellwood. Basically across the street was a small full court. A full court is a lot more fun to play on than a half court. And so growing up, we played a lot on that court. I got in trouble when I was in youth. That court helped keep me in the right direction. Later on, I went to John Wooden's basketball camp down in Thousand Oaks. Saw people like Bill Walton and Jamal Wilkes, and they talked about education. And I played basketball at Lee and West Valley, and went on to become a lawyer. And I would say the basketball was a large part of that. So I have that bias, and I would respect what the neighbors want in the Bachman area. I would encourage that we have a full court there. It's and it can be for boys and girls, men and women. We have a problem with obesity in our country, probably in our community as well. 50% of, I think, us and I think our youth are obese. So if what we can do to encourage kids and adults to participate outside rather than, phones and, pads and looking down all the time. So I think it's a good thing and something for the council to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards, so I'm going to close the public hearing on this matter and look to the council for questions, comments, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. With respect to what the speaker said, including the Community Foundation representatives, I appreciate the fact that there are changing uses for the park all the time, and there's a lot of interest in adding more usable means to the park to accommodate these new uses. But at the same time, I think, okay, we're being asked to write a check for $80,000, and sometimes when you write a check for $80,000 and you hire a consultant, you find that the money was not very well spent. And I think the thing to do would be to solicit the feedback from the community first. I have a big problem with not hearing the community first and what all their needs and wants are, and then trying to formulate a plan afterwards before writing the check. So that's where I stand. And then, of course, writing the check for the consultant is one thing and building the dream, but then there's funding the capital projects, which is a whole different process.
Other comments, questions, or motion? Councilman Rennie.
Another question for Director Morley. My understanding is we're going to collect community input one way or another with 80,000 or before 80,000 for Oak Meadow, but Bachman, I got the impression that maybe the ship's already left the dock. Is it too late to add a second basketball hoop on there, or is there going to be any community input for Bachman?
Absolutely, there will be community input for Bachman. We've done nothing in terms of outreach on that particular project or in scoping the project, but would do so as the project moves forward.
Other comments, questions, or motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I kind of envision the process being that the town hosts a community meeting, perhaps in this chambers, also inviting the Parks Commission to hear the feedback from the members of the community, find out what their desires are, and then we try to prepare a summary of what those desires are, and then present those to the council, and then the council could pick and choose the perhaps most popular ideas, and then consider how to implement those ideas. I don't know if that requires spending $80,000 up front.
I'm going to put my 2 cents in, even though it's not quite in keeping with what I've heard. There is some value, I think, in having a facilitator for public input. I'm very much in favor, as I think all of you know, in public input and outreach. And I don't see that hiring a consultant in this case would impede that in any fashion. In fact, I think it might facilitate it. So this evening we had 2 speakers. Both of them had different ideas about what they wanted in parks. I think if you all stood up and said what you wanted in a park, it'd probably be a little bit different. So there is, I think, some value in having somebody run the public process in a way that's informed, that they've done it, not to tell people this is what you're going to get, which is sometimes what happens, but to actually solicit that information, put it together in a way that makes sense, so that we aren't, as a council, trying to pick the most popular. We should be picking based on some kind of evaluation that makes sense. So my way of thinking, I think that a consultant is not such a bad way to go. Now, whether it's an $80,000 consultant or a different kind of consultant is another question, but if I look at the bullet points on page 2 of the report, I imagine that those would be incorporated from the Parks Commission about what they want. For example, using surveys to get community input, in-park community meetings, exploring revenue opportunities, looking at how existing features work. Ms. Childs was talking about that. So I can see there being some value in having that be an organized process. So that's my thoughts on it. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not a big fan of consultants, so I'll just go out there at that point. I actually liked Mr. Leonardis's idea of having the community groups come here, give their input, and that would be the way we get the input, whether or not, and I agree you need someone to organize it, to organize getting the people here, and then to organize the information you get from them and how you're going to get that information. It seems that that would be something that our staff would be adept at doing. Maybe they don't have the time. That's something I don't know. So I would go along with Mr. Leonardis is saying, and the only piece of information I don't have is whether or not this process could be handled by staff.
Let's ask Mr. Morley.
Thank you. So the challenge and the reason that a small organization like Los Gatos or like PPW in Los Gatos uses consultants is because we don't have the focused expertise to be able to deliver a broad swath of projects. For instance, a parks project and a streets project and a sidewalk project. So we bring consultants in with specific expertise to provide that help. And with that comes a sizing of the organization appropriately. So from a capacity and from an expertise standpoint, that's why we would go to a recommendation for a consultant. You've talked a little bit about the cost associated with that. We did provide some information in the original memo to council in December on comparative costs on consultants, and felt that this was a reasonable expectation. Of course, this is a sort of a cap on the consultant costs that you would be giving us, and the quotes or the bids would come in where they do, and we would bring that back, and we could certainly scale the consultant work if that was council's desire. That would mean potentially, for instance, not getting renderings associated with the project, but getting more of a facilitated public outreach process. And that's something that we could work with at a lesser value. Again, the end product becomes equivalently smaller.
Okay, given Mr. Morley's comments, are there other comments, questions, or a motion from the council? Mr. Rennie.
So I was, Director Morley, it was interesting that you would give up the renderings and have them facilitate the process instead, so you don't think you have the expertise or you don't have the bandwidth to really facilitate the process.
So we could certainly from an expertise perspective, bring folks together and gather ideas. But from the perspective of having repeatedly done this or done this in a professional way, to be able to put those ideas together in a meaningful way that lead towards a master plan or an end goal for the project, I think that's something that we would recommend we bring a consultant in to do. And then the bandwidth is a separate issue, and we would certainly have to reprioritize our other deliverables in order to be able to deliver this. And that might potentially mean pushing something down the line or looking for expertise on other projects to help to deliver them.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. When I think of, the history of this park, I think it was around about 1960, a bunch of volunteers said, hey, that was a trash heap, but let's turn it into a park. And they turned it into a park. And then, as Ms. Childs alluded to earlier, the volunteers built a bandstand. The volunteers built the Billy Jones Railroad. The volunteers put the carousel in there. Volunteers put the flagpole in there. A couple of years ago, we reconfigured our picnic areas on our own. We put in our own ADA path, and all this was done without facilitators or consultants. I think about the process we used a few years ago when we put in the youth sports complex, and the town orchestrated a number of meetings along with input from Mr. Rennie's former Parks Commission, and we're able to come up with the community feedback first, and then we put the plan in place. So again, when it comes to facilitation versus a design, I'm torn. I don't believe we need to spend money for either, really, but I guess I look at it in terms of this. It's a beautiful park, and the way it is now, is this the most prudent need, number one, of staff time and of town money at this point in time?
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move that we direct staff to obtain input with regard to the uses of Oak Meadow Park and Bachman Park. And that as to the prioritization or the financing of it, that it come back before us when we do our, what are you calling it, our prioritization?
Strategic goals.
That's it, our strategic goals.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you're suggesting that they go ahead and do the outreach with themselves without a facilitator?
May I? No, the motion also encompasses if staff determines that they need funding, then that issue, or funding or additional assistance, then that issue would come back before us when we do our strategic goals.
Councilman Rennie.
I'm having trouble making sense of that because I think they've, this is the second time we've had a meeting on this, and we've pushed on their consultant, and they keep coming back and saying they really think they need this consultant to get it done. And I think you're suggesting now they're going to go think about it and come back and tell us if they want money for a consultant, which they've already done twice now, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
Vice Mayor, maybe you can restate your motion.
Yes, what Mr. Rennie is misunderstanding is that the scope of the work is much more limited than what the recommendation is. It's simply to get input from the community. I would see one meeting here in our council chambers, and if the PPW staff or staff generally feels as though they don't have the bandwidth either in terms of staffing or finances, then that issue would come back before us when we do our strategic goals.
Okay, does that people understand the motion? Okay, there's a motion on the table and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, it's 5 minutes past 9. We have 3 more items. It's a logical time. We usually take a break at either 9 or 9:30. I'm going to take a break until just after, well, I usually take it for 10 minutes, so 9:20. We'll see you back at Welcome back, everyone. It's 9:20. If you would please take your seats and conclude your conversations, and we will get started again. Thanks for your patience. We are now at item 14, Almond Grove Streets Project Design Direction. And I'm going to just say that I think that's a bit of a misnomer, because really what we are determining tonight is whether to advertise a bid for both concrete and asphalt, not to decide where it will be put, how it will be put, etc., but whether we want to find out how much each one of them costs. So with that said, Ms. Peterson.
Just 1 minute, please. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I would like to quickly highlight several points in the Almond Grove Street Project report. Staff has made a concerted effort to reach out to the neighborhood on this project, and we do have a dedicated Almond Grove webpage that residents can go to get information, and this is shown up on the screen. There are 10 concrete streets that are planned for reconstruction in the Almond Grove district and Broadway districts. Broadway and Bachman are planned for this summer, and Tate is planned for the summer of 2016. We have approximately $3.7 million for the first 3 streets. Based on our 65% estimate, we have funds for reconstruction of Broadway and Bachman this summer, but we may need some additional funding for Tate Avenue depending on the bidding climate. No funding has currently been identified for the other 7 concrete streets. The first conceptual design was changed due to comments from the neighborhood. The new conceptual design basically reconstructs the streets as is, with some minor widening of the park strips to meet the town standard of 4 feet, which results in some minor narrowing of the streets. And as you can see up on the slide, these are some of the tree issues that we get by having those narrow park strips out there in the Almond Grove area. Now, some of the neighbors have expressed a desire to maintain wider streets, and therefore we have designed the streets to maintain a minimum width of 36 feet. And here on the screen you can see what a 36-foot wide street looks like, and this is a street in Los Gatos. We have discussed the pros and cons of asphalt and concrete with the neighborhood. Following this discussion, the neighborhood appeared split on the issue, so we sent out an informational ballot to the residents. This ballot came back showing 60% were in favor of concrete and 40% were in favor of asphalt. Costs between asphalt and concrete show that placing a thick concrete overlay will be approximately 25% less expensive than concrete reconstruction. Concrete reconstruction will also take about twice as long and be more disruptive to the neighborhood. After a presentation of asphalt versus concrete to the Historic Preservation Committee, the committee recommended a material be used that has the look of concrete but does not necessarily need to be concrete. There is no concrete colored asphalt. However, there is a type of asphalt coating that comes in different colors, but in combination with the asphalt section, it would be as expensive as concrete, and it wears off in about 2 to 3 years, so it would need to be reapplied. It's a high maintenance cost associated with it. There is a second type of color that can be integral in the asphalt, but this only comes in the colors of reds and browns. Asphalt oxidizes over time, which causes asphalt to lighten in color. And as you can see on the slide, there is a street that is being repaved over on the right. And this street, the light asphalt, is the asphalt that's at its end of life. You can see that's fairly light in color. And you can see the new asphalt that's being laid down is very dark in color. And then to the left, you see the same street 6 years later, which has been going through a process of oxidation, and therefore the street has started to lighten. So staff is recommending bidding the project for both asphalt and concrete in order to get exact costs. It would be a change in scope for the design engineers, and they are requesting an additional $19,000 to allow for this bid option. This design work would include a new pavement design, new specifications for the new materials, revised plans to address grinding and removal of the concrete pavement. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Ms. Peterson? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Peterson, I think it was back in 2011 or 2012, and I wasn't allowed to vote on it at the time, but because I had to recuse myself, but that is no longer the case. Mr. Rohani prepared an extensive analysis of the costs of asphalt versus concrete and pretty much had everything spelled out, what it was going to be street by street. What happened to all those documents, and are we considering those this evening?
There is something on the web page that is from Nichols Consulting Engineers that gives all the information on all of the streets and talks about, you know, concrete versus asphalt, and it is a very extensive document, and that has been something that people in the neighborhood have been reviewing and commenting on.
Follow-up question? So does that previous document prepared by our staff, our engineering staff, still exist? Is that something that we can look at in the future?
That is online, yes. It's on the Almond Grove webpage.
Okay. So the Almond Grove webpage being something that is a public access, or is it something that staff has access to and we have to navigate to?
So that's the web address for the Almond Grove website, and that information is on that website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Sack.
Thank you. So, being one of the new ones here, I'm trying to play catch up on this very complex issue. First question, Edelin District, is that concrete or is that asphalt? What is on Miles and Edelin?
Now that, just 1 minute, please.
Mr. Morley knows if you want to.
Oh. Mr. Morley?
Those are asphalt streets.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, but that happens to have a lighter color so that it looks like concrete. So how were you able to produce a lighter color with those streets?
So Miles and University is a good comparison. University is very dark, very black in color, much like the picture that Ms. Peterson showed on the screen at the end of her presentation. And then as it aged, it turned lighter. So in this particular picture, the end of life on that street is that very light gray, which was black, like on the left side of that street where it's being repaved. So over time, it shifts from that black to the darker, sort of darker concrete-ish gray on the left side, and then to the even lighter gray, which is on the far right, which you can see even mimics the concrete sidewalk. So as concrete ages, it becomes a lighter and lighter gray.
You mean as asphalt?
Thank you. As asphalt ages, it becomes a lighter and lighter gray. If you're looking at Miles as an example, that pavement was done in 2001, so it's fairly old.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector, you had your hand up.
The question was answered. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rennie.
So I think one of the reasons people are asking about asphalt is cheaper. They want to try to get more streets done sooner in the Almond Grove. But the cost that really is the bigger piece seems to be the sidewalks. Is there any way we can save money on the sidewalks, or maybe not do parts of them now and do them later so we can get more of the street done first?
So we have done a sidewalk survey out there where we look to see what areas of sidewalk that we could preserve. Some of the issues that we have with the sidewalk is that they're not ADA compliant because the trees have lifted them up, and there's just issues with them cracking and not having the correct slopes that are required for ADA. My hope was initially that we could go out there and save a lot of those sidewalks, and after walking them, it seems like we may be able to save some, but a lot of them already have ADA issues regarding slope and just issues with cracked walkways, from the trees and age. Some of those sidewalks, because they were put in so long ago, there really wasn't much structural section with them, and they're almost crumbling.
So following up to that, could we then delay some of those ones that maybe aren't completely ADA compliant? Can we delay them to a future when we have more money? I'm not really saying don't do them. I'm just saying, can we delay parts of it, or does that make us non-compliant because we've worked on the street but we didn't fix everything?
Well, technically with ADA, when you do a street reconstruction, you're also supposed to make the street ADA compliant. So it would be something that, per ADA, we should do.
I'm going to ask a question before I go back to others. And it's related to Councilman Leonardis' question. I guess it's two-part. Number one, I still don't understand why $19,000 additional dollars is needed to add asphalt to an existing bid. I don't understand how that so changes the design that I need $20,000 more dollars, number one. And number two, why is the town now seeking additional bids if Mr. Leonardis is correct that we have a Nichols Consulting analysis of the differing comparative costs between asphalt and concrete?
Sure. So the thing with asphalt costs is asphalt costs are related to oil prices. So an asphalt cost that you get, for instance, even the one that we just got last fall, is not really valid today. So you don't really know exactly what the differential is going to be without bidding it specifically for when the contractor is going out there and getting costs from the asphalt supplier. And the costs that were provided a couple of years ago, would definitely not be relevant to what we're seeing today. And as we know, asphalt prices have dropped dramatically, and that certainly would, change the cost of what you would see for oil prices have dropped, and that way you would see probably a big difference in the price in asphalt as well.
Okay, but you didn't answer the first part of my question. Why $19,000 to add asphalt to a bid?
Sure. So there were three different proposals that we talked about initially with the community. One is the concrete reconstruction, one was the asphalt reconstruction, and one was the asphalt overlay. And since it appeared that the issue really with the community was trying to get more streets done, the least expensive of or the better price that we would get from those two asphalt options was really the asphalt overlay. In order to put that asphalt overlay on, it's not just a matter of coming in and throwing asphalt on top of the concrete. So what they have to do is actually come up with a composite type of material out there. So it would be something where you would have probably a geogrid on the bottom. You would have a regular hot mix asphalt on top of that, and then on top of that you'd probably have a rubber asphalt pavement. So it's a composite material that they use in order to allow it to be placed on top of the existing concrete without the concrete being able to reflect the cracks through that new pavement material. And that needs to be designed from a standpoint of, they look at the traffic, they look at the R value of the soil. So that's a design that has to be taken on by the consultant to do. And then once they put that design together, then they have to get the specifications, write up the specifications, put those together, put the bid quantities together, because there's going to be different bid quantities for all of those. And then on top of it, because they're coming in and they're putting that on top of the concrete surface, there's certain areas out there, especially right up next to the curb and gutter, where they're probably going to have to do some grinding of the existing concrete pavement. So they'll have to get grades in order to know exactly how much they need to ground down in order to get that section because they're going to try to develop a section that would probably be an 18 to 20-year section, which would be designed. And additionally, what they do when they come and they put this type of system in, which they call composite pavement, is they come in and they look at that existing concrete street that's out there. And so what they'll do is they'll make an assessment. They'll have to look structurally at that concrete pavement to see if there are locations that they feel that that concrete pavement has to be removed and replaced. So there's going to have to be a survey done on all of that concrete street. So it is quite extensive, the work that they would have to do. And we did talk with them about it, and we were able to get them down to the 19,000. But that's what we were able to negotiate with them.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following up again on Mr. Leonardis, we have had evaluations, estimates in the past, and so we have as our attachment 7 Broadway, Tate, and something else. Broadway, Tate, and Bachman. And so we have estimated costs, and they have the concrete, they have the asphalt, and they have the thick overlay. And the thick overlay was of interest to me because it was the least expensive, but I understand what you're saying now. But here's the question. On this attachment 7, it says concrete costs from January 2015, asphalt costs from fall of 2014. You're right, we should probably move on the asphalt right now, or maybe like a month ago. But if you get a consultant and you go out and you do an evaluation of cost, isn't there an issue of do the evaluation of cost, it comes back to the council, we may or may not approve it, we don't know when we're going to approve it, and then you've got to do the construction. So how can you have the validity of those estimates when you have this time gap?
So what the consultant's scope is right now is they are putting together a set of plans and specifications that will send this project out to bid for one material, for concrete. So what this $19,000 represents is they would change the plans and specifications to allow those plans to be put out to bid, so we would get 2 costs. So what we would do is, if council desired to do this, we would direct the consultant to come back and prepare plans and specifications that would go out to bid that would allow us 2 different costs, and then that would come back to council, so council would see what costs we got for concrete and what costs we got for asphalt.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. It sounds like we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. I kind of envision Tate, one end and the other end. Why don't we just invite a contractor in and say, okay, we want the street to be asphalt, bid it. You tear it up in one day or whatever, a couple days, you pour the curbs and the gutters, and then you put the asphalt down, and maybe 1 or 2 weeks later, it's done. Why do we have to hire a consultant to chase all these numbers that are going to change and then come back to council and it's going to change? Because we've been going through this process. It's like a hamster on a wheel for, it seems like, 4 years. And I do appreciate the fact that we have engaged the community and we've received their feedback. But at this point, these explanations are becoming so convoluted, it's just getting frustrating for a lot of people in the community. And it seems to me this is a very simple thing. We're replacing a street. It's not rocket science. 10 years ago, we had a machine drive up my street and I think grind it all up and make it all disappear. And then a couple days later, they just paved the whole thing. They removed the whole street, every little speck of asphalt, put base rock in, and it was done in 1 week. And I live on a street that's a 45-degree angle up a hill. I don't understand why we're going about it this way.
So this is the same consultant that has done the plans and specifications up to the 65% point where we're at. So as we move forward with them, all they would be giving us is plans and specs that would go out, which would only get a bid for concrete. So that way we wouldn't know what the cost would be for asphalt. So we're not getting a new consultant on board. It's just asking the consultant to modify the bid package so we could end up having 2 prices.
Follow-up question. So why do we have to hire the consultant? Why can't we just have staff say, okay, we want this bid in asphalt and just send it out for bids?
So basically, it's what I was just discussing, which requires a design on the structural section, and it also requires to have specifications on all those different components. It also would require to do the concrete pavement survey and to figure out grades. So it is something that is more complicated because we are talking about this composite system on top of the existing concrete.
Follow-up or an argument?
Just one more question. So that's one of the three aspects. My understanding is you can put asphalt over the concrete, which doesn't sound like it may be the best approach because there's a lot of pitfalls and a lot of engineering and perhaps over time an inferior product. You could tear out the whole existing street and replace it with asphalt, and you can tear out the whole existing street and replace it with concrete. So there's three different ways to do this. Two of them to me don't seem like rocket science that need a whole lot of engineering. It's just pavement. You tear it out and you put it back down. So I think, again, we're making a mountain out of a molehill, but I'm anxious to hear what the public has to say this evening.
Okay. Ms. Sayoc.
Thank you. Okay, so thick overlay, I'm trying to get a better understanding of this. This is the one that requires a little bit more complexity because of the need survey in determining how bad the streets are and how much overlay to put on that. Am I simplifying
Correct.
this?
So when you do a pavement section, the way that they do it is they design it to determine how many years it will last. So whether it's a concrete section, an asphalt section, or this composite section. So what they do is they look at the section and they look at the R value, which is the strength of the soil underneath. They look at the traffic, which is the TI, the traffic index, and they have a calculation that they go through to determine what that section needs to be. So in this case, because we're talking about the composite, they would need to figure out what type of geogrid material we would have to put on the bottom, what the thickness of the HMAC or hot mix material would be in the middle, and what the thickness of the RAC or the rubber asphalt concrete would be on the top. So that would be just be one component. So that was what they would have to start with that. And then of course all of those different materials need specifications, and they need to have quantities for a contractor to bid on. So they would need to come up with those specifications, and they would need to come up with the quantities for all of those different types of materials. And then on top of it, as I said, because there's grade issues out there, they would probably have to go out and figure, let's say they come in and they have done all these calculations, they figured out that this section's going to be 5 inches, let's say 5 inches or 6 inches. So what they need to do is look at the elevation of the concrete out there and make sure that this 5-inch section is going to conform with the rest of the street. So there's going to be a certain amount of survey they need to do out there. And then on top of it, they would need to go out and they would need to evaluate the existing concrete pavement that's out there to make sure that the pavement that's there is not what they considered shattered to a point that they would need to, or they'll replace certain sections of it, but they have to do a survey in order to determine exactly what that would be.
Okay, so forgive me because I'm trying to understand this. So I understand the 5 inches of material that they have to create, and then going out to the site to do this survey. Wouldn't that be already done? When you looked at all the streets and examined the concrete and the depth of how much each street needed repair, isn't that already done?
Well, with the design that where it currently is, they're ripping out all the concrete, so the concrete's not staying. So there's a different elevation. So when they rip out the concrete, there'll be one elevation. If the concrete stays, there's a different elevation. So they would need to make that determination on where they would have to grind the existing concrete in order to be able to get, let's say, that 6-inch section and make sure it conforms everywhere.
Okay, and so if I understand this now, the reconstruction, those two were examined because we were going to take out all existing concrete and put in either concrete or asphalt. And so this third thick overlay is the new 19,000 that you're hoping to go out to bid for.
We looked at reconstruction with concrete, and we also looked at that's what the consultant is moving forward with, was reconstruction with concrete. But based on this discussion that we had with the neighborhood, we also looked at reconstruction with asphalt and thick overlay. And since it seemed, as Councilman Rennie said, that the issue was really cost with the neighborhood, we focused more, if we were going to do asphalt, to look at the one that would have the greatest cost benefit, and that one is the thick overlay.
Okay, and if I may, just one more question, because I am trying to understand attachment 7. So then the other, right now you have paving cost and you have the 3 costs, and then you have the other, which says it includes the sidewalk, curb, gutter, driveway approaches. That other of $750,000, regardless of which option we choose, that $750,000 remains.
Correct. And again, this was an estimate that the consultant gave us back last fall, so they were just estimating what those costs would be. But yes.
Okay.
You can always ask questions later, too. Other questions for Ms. Peterson? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think mine's a lot easier. We received a significant amount of communication from the public that used Miles as an example of asphalt that didn't look, that looked gray. So let's take the intersection of University and Miles. I understand that they both have asphalt. Is that correct, first of all?
That's correct.
You're getting the yes over
well, I'm looking at Mr. Morley because I'm actually not completely clear if one of them is a rubber cape seal.
I think from council's perspective, they're asphalt streets.
Oh, yes, they're asphalt streets. Sorry, I was thinking a little bit more detailed.
Well, this may be the next question, because if you could explain to me, we have University right now, and it's very dark, and we have Miles, and I think it has the kind of color that people are using as an exemplar here. Can you explain to us why that is?
Yes, so University has a rubber cape seal on it, I'm almost positive. And rubber cape seal is a seal coat that you're putting on top of an existing asphalt pavement. And the rubber cape seal product that the town has been using is something that has a volcanic black rock in it. So what happens is when you put that down, it looks very dark, and it actually stays very dark for a lot of years because that volcanic rock, until it wears off and comes off the top of that slurry, it looks very dark, which is why actually people like it. There's 2 reasons people like it: because it does look dark, it helps to contrast with the paving. People who have asphalt streets often like to have their streets stay dark looking. And the other reason is that volcanic rock that's in there, that black volcanic rock, is very hard, and those resurfacing with that material lasts for a long time, actually quite a bit longer than those type of surfacings normally should, so which is why it gets used.
And then I understand now what you're saying about University, but why is the T intersection there at Miles, why does it have the more concrete looking gray color?
So that is an asphalt overlay which has been oxidizing over time, which is what we had shown in our slide. And so over a period of years, very dark asphalt overlay will oxidize and become lighter. The oil starts coming out of it, and the rock, whatever rock was used in it, and oftentimes it comes from granite rock, and granite rock has a gray rock that they use that get from their quarry, so that's why they start looking more gray over a period of years. But it is varies from street to street. You couldn't say that will happen in 2 years or 3 years. It really varies with the mix and the type of rock that happens to be coming out of the quarry at the time.
And other than a function of time, can the color gray versus black can we do it as a function of material?
Well, you can spec a lighter rock material, lighter gray rock material for the asphalt, and that would probably help it lighten more quickly. But as far as how fast that would happen, that would be something, I wouldn't be able to put a time frame on, but you certainly could put that in a specification and ask them to try to find very light gray rock.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson. I'm going to call on people who have given me cards to talk
You're
about
welcome.
this. Alice Miano. Could have abandoned us. Can't imagine why. Colin Corbett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council, Mayor Jensen, Vice Mayor Spector. Colin Corbett, 35 Bayview Avenue. I've been paying close attention to the process for the past 2 years as this has wound its way to you. There are a few concerns I have with this project. The roads in Almond Grove vary substantially in width for travel. Some of these roads are very, very narrow. So narrow, in fact, that my car parked on Bayview was sideswiped, substantially damaged, and almost totaled. I have also had numerous occasions on driving towards Bayview on Bean from North Santa Cruz and had to pull over to let cars pass or proceed down the street at 5 miles an hour or less due to there being no room to pass. The report mentions briefly that there will be a widening of the park strips up to 4 feet from what they are now. In some cases, this may be a widening of the park strips on both sides, resulting in a narrowing of the road, from my estimates, by up to 4 feet. From my experience of using some of the narrower streets in the Almond Grove, a blanket shrinking of the road is not the right way forward. Also, while we have had multiple meetings, of the ones I have been to, the results have been so polarizing that every time the response seemed to be to send it back to the drawing board. In one meeting, we discussed bump outs that was universally loathed, narrowing Massal and Tate significantly. These were very much meetings with consultants of, this is what you get, and the residents were not happy. As it stands, I don't believe there has been a new plan that we, the residents, can agree on. From what I see on the agenda in the attachments online as of Sunday, there is no detail and no specificity as to the scope, except for requests to quote the job as either asphalt or concrete, but no mention on width or sidewalks, etc. In the updates from today, there is more detail, but it does not show the proposed plans. What the Town Council should have received, and what should have been on the website for public review, was a full and complete plan that discussed the proposed widths of the road, traffic calming measures, the extent as to how much of the budget is in redoing pavements and sidewalks versus actually working on the streets. If the scope cannot be put before the council, it should not be put out to bid. In addition, in looking over the brief report, one thing I have mentioned at prior meetings is that this solution should address future growth of infrastructure. Right now, the streets are a patchwork of incremental work done over years and put back in varying degrees of quality or lack thereof. Do keep in mind that concrete is proposed as a 40-year solution. I believe we should take a good look at all the various underground utilities and have them examine their infrastructure in the ground to see if they want to upgrade when the street is open. And I believe the town should offer a reduced or waived permit price to incentivize the utilities to do the work while the road is open and to minimize digging up the road in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Are there any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Angelia Dorner.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner from the Almond Grove, and I had prepared to talk about sort of a lot of parts of this project, but I think we're talking pretty much about asphalt and concrete. There are so many questions in this project. I cannot even start with saying that all we wanted up front, starting back in 1991, and then restated from 2007 forward, were simply functional and safe streets and sidewalks. The scope of this thing has turned into something ridiculous, replacing all sidewalks, all curbs. That impacts, narrowing the streets, that impacts the pavement area. So how can you go out for bid if that issue is not resolved? You're going to have pavement area that you're not covering in the bid, or you are covering in the bid. I just have a major issue with talking about overlay. If you go back and read the 2011 report, which is now online because I demanded that it be put online, it was the report that no one would give me from the town for at least 3 weeks. So it has everything in it. It has the square footage, it has linear feet, it has pavement area, it discusses overlay, it discusses the shattered slabs. It says specifically, adamantly, that overlay should not be used on these concrete streets because they are poor to very poor condition. Overlay is only considered a good option if you have average fair streets. So what we're not talking about, I mean, I can't believe that we're even talking about taking out shattered slabs and pouring concrete so that we can overlay it with asphalt. Really? And who in the world is going to quantify what we're going to take out to replace so that we can cover it up? It just doesn't, I can't even fathom it. So I have given you guys a brain dump of a lot of stuff on this project, put a lot of effort into it, and my feeling is simply that we just need to put the brakes on this thing. We just need to stop and take a step back, look at the scope that is in these plans. Are they talking about a bid that includes the sidewalks and narrowing of the streets, taking out the curbs, therefore lower pavement? What are they talking about? What are these bids supposed to be including or excluding? It is not as easy to just get a bid and say, oh wow, we don't know what we bid, but we're supposed to make some sense out of this thing. I think you as council deserve better than what you got in a 4 or 5 page staff report. And I also demonstrated to you that the numbers on those slides do not make sense. There are pieces that are missing. There are information in the 2011 report that is not incorporated into those numbers. I just think we need to step back. This bus has been driven by somebody without a license. And it's time to get them off of our streets and put somebody else behind the wheels. So let's just take a step back. Thank you.
You needed to be here for Safe Routes to School. You needed to be here for Safe Routes to School. Let's see, did anyone have any questions for Ms. Dorner? Nope. No, thank you. Dennis Grist.
Dennis Grist, 215 Tate. Am I limited to talking concrete versus asphalt?
That's the issue before us. That's the issue before us, so I would encourage you to talk about that. That said.
Yes, that said. So I'll start with that. My preference would be for concrete. I think it's a much more long-lasting product. I don't think the differential in cost for the maintenance that you're going to have with asphalt is going to, I think it's going to not be a wash, but I think the concrete is going to last longer overall. The streets we have there now, nobody really knows how old they are. I've been there since '78. They're the same streets, so some people say they're 60 years old, some say 100 years old. Nobody really knows. So a lot of the damage that's done to them now is from all the cutting and refilling for new piping and retrofits and that sort of thing. The patching is in good shape, but everything around it is not. And that's what's failed. And I think the asphalt, if we don't have enough money to do the streets now, only some are partial. When you do the asphalt, I think you're going to find that you don't have the money to maintain the asphalt either over a period of time, or to the detriment of getting more of the streets finished. A comment I will make about the photos of the trees lifting up the parking strip and whatnot. Those trees are basically inappropriate for a parking strip, and so they're kind of a poor example. There's a lot of trees around town, Santa Cruz Avenue, on Tate Avenue, and some of the other streets that fit into a small parking strip. They do not lift up the sidewalks. They look beautiful. And there is no issue with those. In Santa Cruz Avenue, they're put in little circles as you walk by, and they're absolutely fine. Most of the trees that have lifted up the sidewalk are trees that are very, very inappropriate for that condition. No matter how big the parking strip is, it's going to raise the sidewalk and raise the curbs and crack concrete. So I think that we can manage with the smaller parking strips, keeping the width of the street the same, and putting in appropriate trees.
Thank you. Are
Thank
there any
you.
questions for you? Wait a minute. Councilman Rennie.
So I'm not sure how putting in the new trees, are we going to cut down all the big trees that are there and start over? I'm not sure how that's going to work.
My understanding is that when they do the new sidewalks and the curb and gutter, those trees have to go anyway. That has been in some of the meetings I've been to, has been discussed. There really is no way to save them. And in order to fix the sidewalks that are there now, having been lifted up, many of those roots are going to have to be cut anyway. If you were just to go in and fix the sidewalk that is raised up and is now asphalt because it was able to contour over the roots and stuff, you'd have to cut all those roots back. The tree probably would die anyway. But my understanding is that in order to do the curbs and gutters and the new sidewalks, those trees have to come down anyway. So I think a tree plan is important too. There's a lot of trees that I don't know where they came from and how they started, but they're very, very huge, and they've caused a lot of damage. So I think in the whole process of the curb and gutter and parking strips, somebody has to come up with a good tree plan too, if that's the desire, is to put trees in the strips. So I think like I said, the trees are just not the right trees for the area that's a parking strip.
Thank you very much. John Shepherdson.
I think I have a solution. 60% of the community wants concrete, 40% wants asphalt. So why don't we that's the mix, 60% concrete, 40% asphalt, and lay it down. Seriously. So one, I'm troubled that I heard that there's no funding for 7 of the streets. So that causes me some concern because we're going to lay down something and then we don't have the money for the rest of it. And so when's the rest of it going to be done? And where are we going to get the money? Personally, I like concrete. One of the reasons is global warming. The light gets reflective. But one question I have is, I've heard long-term concrete is actually more cost-effective, but I've heard other information that it's not. So I have a question there on that issue. I am concerned about the fact that apparently it's gone for decades without these streets being fixed, and I don't live in the Almond Grove. My office is on Bean, and I certainly can be empathetic to the frustration of that of those neighbors, and I'm concerned about the liability that exists. I drive over those streets every day, and I could see somebody, hitting a dip, and you have an accident, and potentially the town being liable for that. So I think that that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards. I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Well, okay. It's true, though, I didn't have any other cards. Why don't you go to the mic and tell us who you are, and we'll get your card eventually.
Ron Hirschberger, 135 Wilder. I realize that it's difficult to try to get all of these things to come together at one time, but despite what the last speaker just said about the possibility of accidents on the street, I think it's much more likely that we would have an accident on the sidewalk. I mean, I have personally taken a fall because of a sidewalk that was raised that I didn't see because my 7-year-old grandson was walking in front of me and I didn't see that there was this high thing that my toe hit, and there I was. So I think that we really need to give some priority perhaps to getting the sidewalks repaired because I think there's a greater potential for injury or someone being hurt than there is a car accident because the streets are not as even as we would like for them to be. As to the difference between asphalt and concrete, I just know that I looked at Edlin and I thought that was a very attractive solution. How it lasts or what the cost amounts are, I don't know, but I thought that that was a very good-looking street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council first to see any additional questions of staff that have been raised by what you've heard. Councilman Rennie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to address the concern that at least one speaker made about the project being out of control. I was under the impression that we kind of backed off of the out of control with all the bulb outs and everything, and that the current plan is down to what sounds like a minimum of what we can do and still meet the ADA requirements. And you know, I don't feel like we're out of control. Can you address that a little bit?
Yes, so basically we are, as I mentioned earlier, reconstructing the streets almost as is, which with some minor widening of the park strips that I mentioned, and of course needing to get the ADA compliance in for the sidewalks and for the ramps.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the second question is about the trees. One speaker alluded that we were going to wipe out all the trees, and I hope we're not taking out the big trees on the streets.
So we've actually had the town arborist go out tree by tree to look at all the trees out there. And what we said at we are not taking out all the trees. So what we said at the community meeting is that we would be looking to take out some of the trees that we considered inappropriate street trees, like the liquid ambers that rip up all of the improvements because of their root system. But our goal is to try to save as many trees as possible.
So the follow-on to that is the implication was we didn't need to widen the strips if we chose the right size trees. Are you going to be widening strips for trees that you're keeping, so we need to widen them anyway? And then, you know, related, so where you're taking out the liquid ambers, could you then not widen that section?
So we are widening the strips, and that will help the existing trees. That will also help because we'll be pulling the construction further away from those roots, because if we're cutting right up against the roots of those trees that we're trying to save, there's a good chance that we're not going to be able to save those trees. In the areas that the speaker was referring to, our arborist recommends really only one tree type in a very small park strip, the 18-inch park strips, and that is a crepe myrtle. Crepe myrtles are relatively small. I think some of the feedback I got from the neighborhood is that they really like the canopy of the trees there. That is something that, you know, you would not get with having a small tree like a crepe myrtle throughout the whole neighborhood. So the goal is to try to save those existing trees out there, give them more space with a wider park strip. The arborist really says the minimum amount of space you need in a park strip is 4 feet. They really recommend something closer to 6 feet, but our town standard is also 4 feet, and that's what we require everybody to put in when they build.
Other questions? Okay, I'm going to look to the council then for comments, questions, or a motion. If anyone has one. Councilman Leonardis.
So I've given this a lot of thought, and here we are looking at a $20 million price tag to do everything, at least on paper. And whether that's the real price or not, who knows? How do we approach it? Obviously, it doesn't sound simple. I think of when these streets were put in and they were, you know, concrete mixed with a lot of sand thrown right on top of dirt. And I had a contractor tell me one time there's two kinds of concrete, the kind that cracks and the kind that is about to crack after you pour it. With that said, it should be up to the individuals on each and every street to decide what they want. I heard from 2 people on Wilder this evening. I heard from one person who says we should replace the sidewalks first because that's more dangerous in some aspects, that is. I think of the existing configurations of the streets and the thing that the consultant put together that upset a lot of people with bulb outs and everything else. We got a number of correspondences from the community about that, so I'm glad that idea is totally out the window. But I think of the existing configurations of the streets and the narrower parking strips, etc., and who cares? Leave them. That's the way they are now. That's the way a lot of them are going to be for a long time. Whether the streets can get done now, they can get done 10 years from now. So I'm trying to put all these ideas together in my brain, but I think the way to approach this is one street at a time. Have a contractor come in, take a short street like Wilder, or just have several contractors bid it. First poll the residents on Wilder and say, do you want concrete or do you want asphalt? Let the residents on that street decide what they want. And if it comes back as asphalt, have several contractors bid that one street. We're only building one at a time anyway. It's not like we can afford to build them all if it's going to add up to $20 million. So why try to bite off all that? But go in and pour the curbs and the gutters and then the street and be done, and then move on to the next street. But pick a small street, then we can kind of get a cost per square foot, what it's really going to be, and then we can kind of figure out this debate. The prices that we don't have any idea what they really are, or the scope of the work. Regarding the asphalt overlay and all the amount of engineering and all that kind of stuff, that particular method I'm totally opposed to. It just sounds like a lot of extra paychecks for a bunch of engineers. We're talking about streets. These things are just 5 inches of asphalt over dirt. That's all there is. There's not. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be a lot of engineering involved. It doesn't have to be a lot of surveying involved. It's like, let's tear it up and put it back down. So again, I said earlier, making a mountain out of a molehill. But I think the approach to this, the only logical approach to this at this point, is to take one street at a time. Maybe we can vote this evening and have it bid, and then poll the neighbors and show them the information, and then let them decide. And then build it, and then we know what it costs. And then we move on to the next street, similar in size or whatever, so we know exactly where we stand. I don't think there needs to be a delay of the project. The people have been waiting for 30 years, as one gentleman alluded to. I don't think we really need to change the configurations of most strips. Maybe we put the sidewalks in, maybe we replace only the bad parts of the sidewalks, but I strongly suggest we look at the curbs and gutters and then the streets, and then go back and just fix the areas of the sidewalks that really need it. So that's kind of where my brain is headed at this point, and I want to see where the other council members are.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Shepherdson alluded to or mentioned concrete being more cost effective, and that's one of the issues that I guess I'm quite a bit concerned about. When I start doing the math on the asphalt, we save a little bit of money in the short term, but the way I add it up at using kind of the average costs for maintenance on the asphalt, and you take 7-8 years, you've already used up, say on Bachman, you used up half of your cost savings. So by 14 years, you're now at a break even, and from then on, it costs more to have the asphalt. So it looks to me like we're, looking for a short-term gain, but actually we're going to pay more in the end. So I'm not particularly favored to spending more in the long term. And then if I look at how much we can save, I went through and I calculated that on Broadway, Tate, and Bachman, we could save $870K. That's enough to do, it's not even enough to do another Bachman, it's enough to do a Broadway, certainly not enough to do another Tate. So we almost gain another street by doing asphalt, and I'm talking about the thick overlay, which seems to have a lot of engineering issues. So I'm not particularly in favor of doing the asphalt, so that would say let's toss out getting a bid for asphalt. If you look at the reconstructed asphalt, which seems to make more sense from the engineering perspective, the savings is only $370K, so you certainly can't do any more streets with that. I'm, in response to Councilman Leonardis's idea of letting each street pick whether they want asphalt or concrete. I'm worried that that's going to look like a disaster if we have, a patchwork of this or that. It's not going to look like a cohesive neighborhood, certainly not going to keep its historic feel. I think that what the neighbors really want is this project to get going and move on. I wonder if we would want to maybe consider taking out a bond and doing all of it. We just got our AAA rating, so a bond should be cheap for us, and interest rates are low. That might be one solution to this. And again, I don't want to do a short-term fix that costs more, so do the bond, and our long-term costs will actually be lower. Thanks.
Other comments? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I came into the meeting with basically two levels of hopes or objectives, and one is that we just make a decision tonight as opposed to going out for bid on two different, the asphalt and the concrete, that we make a decision, go forward, and choose the material. Now, having said that, when Mr. Leonardis made his statements early in the evening on this item about just, pull up whatever's there and then just put in the asphalt and just get it done, conceptually that sounded good to me, the just get it done did. But where I am now is I would like us to just, we've been working on, the town has been working on this for decades. The council has been working on it for a decade or so. Choose the concrete. 60% of the neighbors said they like it. I would have loved it if 100% of the neighbors had chosen one thing or the other, but they don't. They keep balancing back and forth. So choose the concrete and just go forward. So that's where I am right now. I know there's a lot of details that need to be worked out, but you were looking for where people were right now. That's where I am.
Other comments? Okay, I'm going to sort of echo, I guess, what Vice Mayor Spector has said. I looked at this very basically. Do I want to get a bid, and do I want to pay $19,000 additional for another bid? I'm still unconvinced why I need the $19,000. I think that we have the background work from 2011. We have done the outreach, some more successful than others, but we've tried to do it. We have a vote back. We have been going forward with concrete. I'm not interested, even though I was with the parks, I'm not interested in paying a consultant on this one because I think the work's been done. I'm tempted by what Councilman Leonardis has said about ripping the street out and putting it back. That makes logical sense to me. It also makes logical sense that if oil is cheap, why not get asphalt? But I recognize that there's other factors that are involved in this. And I think that the overwhelming majority of the correspondence I've received is please get our streets fixed. So the way that I can think about getting those streets fixed and getting a plan in place is to do what the Vice Mayor has indicated and simply select a material and go forth and conquer. I don't think tonight is the night to think about whether it should be funded by town funds, a bond, or something else. I'm only going to decide whether I want to get a bid for asphalt, and right now my inclination is no, I don't want to get a bid for asphalt. I want to go forward with what we have. Other comments or a motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this might, from the professional's perspective, from Parks and Public Works, this might be like totally too simplistic. But I'm going to move that we go forward and get bids for asphalt. I'm sorry, concrete.
I know it's late, but okay. Councilman Leonardis.
Vice Mayor Spector almost woke me up with that. I was hoping that was real, but I'm leaning towards asphalt because I know that it will be cheaper. And there's talk of, long-term maintenance. Every other street in town is made out of asphalt, except for this area. Nobody knows the history of it. Nobody knows how long it's been there. It's probably was something that they just threw down because they had it. It was better than dirt at the time. So to me, there was, and I lived in the neighborhood. I had a home back there, and for a long time I was totally sold on the concrete idea. But the minute you have to cut that to replace those 100-year-old sewer lines later, we're gonna have the same situation, and it's gonna be all like a quilt, all patched up and all cracked. Whereas asphalt, you just throw the stuff back on top and it's nice and smooth. And I know it's darker and it might take the community a little while to get used to it, but I know it'll be cheaper, and I know we can go over it later with Cape Seal and repave it every so often. And again, quite frankly, all of Glen Ridge, a lot of the upper areas, Belmont, Hernandez, these beautiful historical streets are already all asphalt. So I do respect the concept of concrete. I'm not so sure about the 60-40 vote. I wasn't there for that, and I don't have any information on it. But maybe the thing to do is go and poll each and every neighbor in the area. I don't want to add delay to this process, but I don't know if I have all the data to say concrete or asphalt. But I know one thing for sure is I think asphalt would be better in the long run, cost-wise and maintenance-wise. So I might be the only one.
Well, there's a motion on the table, and so far there's no second. So, Councilman Rennie.
So question for the maker of the motion, you very simply said get bids for concrete. Does that mean that we are deciding to go with concrete, and that asphalt's off the table? Is that part of your motion?
My motion doesn't encompass that. However, by implication, since staff is asking us to bid both asphalt and concrete, and since my motion is only to bid concrete, at this point, asphalt would be off the table. It is possible that staff will come back with bids that are so astronomical that we would have to reconsider. But right now, it is what I call a baby step, and that baby step is to get a bid for concrete.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Comments or questions to the motion? Councilwoman Saget.
Okay, so a couple of thoughts on this. Following and reading Historic Preservation Committee notes and minutes, as well as just listening to the speakers, as well as reading correspondence, the majority of what I have received is that the look and appearance of concrete is important. And so that means the lighter color, and the streets on Edelin and Miles have constantly been pointed to. Ecologically, lighter streets are better because it retains less heat. And so if there's an alternative out there, which is a lighter colored asphalt that we already know is cheaper, I guess I don't see why that is not the preferred alternative. And perhaps the cost saving won't be significant enough to do all 10 of our streets, but it is still a cost savings that we can then apply towards another street. And I understand future maintenance and all those issues, but those are maintenance issues that we have to deal with throughout the entire town, that we have to look at for future options, whether they're bonds, whether they're additional traffic fees. But I feel that holding this neighborhood, possibly 7 streets for another 10, 15 years without improvements is far more dangerous than thinking about what maintenance costs are down the road. And so I'm inclined to lean towards an asphalt.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in before I call on other people. My comment was that I want to go forward. I thought it was a decent idea from the vice mayor to go forward with concrete. And one of the reasons I keep focusing back down to this decision point that I have in front of me, which is, do I want to bid 2 materials? But it's really not, I'm not getting presented with that choice. I'm getting presented with bid concrete and pay $19,000 to do a complicated overlay of concrete where we cut something out and patch it up, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. So I'm not inclined to authorize that kind of bid. So I was interested in the speakers that said, well, you got to bid something where you know what you're talking about. So because we do know what we're talking about on the concrete, I would be inclined to go forward and see what that is. If it's completely out of line, okay. And I don't understand the bid process enough, frankly, to know whether if I just say if I just put a bid out there and say, how much for asphalt, without engineering, without overlaying, without doing anything, don't they have to come back and tell me without me paying a consultant? I don't know if I'm just being naive, but so my inclination is I'm sort of inclined to go for the motion, but I'm interested in what other people have to say, but primarily because I'm really not interested in the asphalt bid as proposed by staff. So, Councilman Rennie.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to respond to Councilwoman Sayak. I don't think there is a light-colored pavement option. You have to wait 7-8 years before you get the color of your street, Miles and Edlin. So you can't get that right away. And then the second point was wanting to do more streets. I mean, I think that's what we all want to do, but by going to asphalt, we're only going to get one more street. So we'll get 4 out of 10. So we're still not really solving the problem. And if we then wait till we have the money to do the next streets, we'll then be spending the money on the repair on the first streets, and we aren't really gaining anything, in my opinion.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. A couple of things just occurred to me. One is when I owned a property on Tate, because I live within 500 feet of the project, I had to recuse myself from all these hearings. And Councilmember Rennie has a home on Masole that he lives on, so he is directly impacted by this project. So I wanted to ask the town attorney if Councilmember Rennie should recuse himself.
The FPC regulations have a specific exemption that allows a person to participate in this hearing when it deals with maintenance of roads, unless his property is specifically providing a disproportionate benefit from another member of the public. We're not doing any new sewer to his house. We're not doing any new water to his house, so he's able to participate in this hearing. There's a specific exemption. It's 18702.5, I believe, but I can give you the exact quote of the regulation that allows him to participate. And I'm not sure if the same issue had to do with a street repair on your situation previously, but if you were told by council that you couldn't participate, that was incorrect.
Okay, so I guess the information I received was incorrect, which doesn't surprise me. The other question I have for staff is, people assume that you can just kind of mix up the bucket of concrete and pour it in the street, but the process is much more labor intensive and probably much more painful for the neighbors. I would imagine they're going to have to tie off rebar, pour one side at a time, and do all this kind of stuff, compact base rock and let it dry for a number of days, and then do the other half of the street. Whereas I think the asphalt, you would just throw down the base rock, compact it, and then put the asphalt on top. Is that correct? Can someone comment on that?
So that's correct, regardless of the project and the extent of the project being from back of sidewalk across the street to the back of sidewalk on the other side. The project, regardless of how we take it on, will be disruptive to the neighborhood. In terms of concrete, the residents are likely to be without driveway access for several weeks at a time while the sections are poured and curing, and including sidewalks and driveway approaches. So it is a disruptive project. It's a big project. It's a big undertaking, and we don't want to downplay at all the disruption to the neighborhood. That said, there will also be that disruption with asphalt. The difference being that asphalt cures at a quicker rate on the road surface, so that portion will be somewhat quicker. In terms of pouring or just placing asphalt strictly on the street, or talking to a contractor about coming in, giving us a price for that, we're obligated as a government agency to do a design bid type of a project, as opposed to a design build type of a project, where we have the contractors do the design as they're building it. So we have to, by law, come up with the plans and the specifications leading up to this project to be able to get a price for it. And with that, the price for the 19,000 we thought was an extremely fair price. So that's why we brought it forward to you for consideration. Of course, the project has always been concrete. If we move forward with that, then staff can bid them both essentially on the same timeline with the goal of doing construction either way this summer.
So the question is, with the asphalt, suppose we tore the street, one street out, and in one example we decided to put it back in concrete. We got to cut a bunch of rebar and tie all that rebar and all that stuff before we pour the concrete, because concrete needs rebar reinforcement.
In a street section like this, there would not be rebar placed within the concrete.
It would just be concrete poured right on base rock. Is that same as asphalt being kind of poured right on base rock and
That's
heated?
correct.
Same application. And then the other question is, we paid this consultant $300,000 for design and engineering. Have we used up all $300,000 of that money so far on this project?
We have. We've because we did the redesign after the first public input that brought back the traffic calming elements. There were additional expenses to come up with the following design. Again, I would also point you to the percentage cost of the design consultant in proportion with the contract, and it's only in the 10. It's an 8% cost, which is very low for design compared to a total construction cost.
One more, then we have a motion on the floor.
Thank you. So on the table, there's $3.7 million worth of bids, but we paid $300,000 to arrive at that $3.7 million. So that's 8%, I guess. Is that what you're referring to?
So it's the percentages based on the total cost of construction. So the total cost of construction for the 65% is currently $4,050,000. So if you look at that cost, the 65% cost that we've been getting to do all three streets, their cost would be 8%. In general, an average for design, oftentimes you're looking at more like 15%.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Questions have come up about, the substance of this motion. And as I said, when I came in here this evening, what I really wanted to do is get something done. And can I argue for concrete? Can I argue for asphalt? Yes. But look at the facts that we've been presented with. Yes, concrete is more expensive in the short term, probably less expensive in the long term. 60% of the people who voted on the concrete asphalt, 60% went with the concrete. Move along. If you do the asphalt, you're going to have a dark color, as Mr. Rennie pointed out, and as people in the audience pointed out. And that dark color will take about, what they say, 5-6 years to become the gray everybody seems to like in the Miles Edelin area. And then you're going to have the environmental issue, which Ms. Sayak brought up, which is a very good one. And I think Mr. Rennie, the concrete is more environmental and less, and it's less warmed, environmentally sound. So those are at least the 6 reasons that I can think of why people should support my motion.
Councilman Rennie.
Sorry to bring this back up, but I felt that my integrity was in question a little bit there. I did consult with the lawyer beforehand, our town attorney, about whether this discussion was appropriate for me or not, considering my area of conflict exclusion. And as the lawyer described, there was no problem. I also then asked the mayor and the vice mayor, who have more experience up here than myself, whether I should disclose it. And, I was given the advice that, really wasn't that important. I certainly wouldn't wait until I, decided somebody was in conflict with me before I tried to get them recused. Thanks.
Let's don't engage in a personal debate. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So thinking back on what Vice Mayor Spector said, I have no data on the environment. I always think of Mr. Barry Chang, council member from Cupertino, coming in here and describing how the Lehigh cement plant poisons our air because the process used to manufacture the cement. But I'll leave it at that. I would not be making my vote based on environmental reasons. I would be making my vote based on the ease of installation, the less pain on the neighbors. I understand the aesthetics of it, but what's there now aesthetically is not pleasing regardless of what color it is. It's blighted and it's embarrassing. So I'm looking at the quickest path to satisfying the most people, which I strongly believe is asphalt. And I strongly believe that we should probably not engage replacing the sidewalks at this moment, just the curbs and the gutter and the asphalt. And that's where I stand.
Councilwoman Sack.
I just wanted to get an understanding, should this motion pass, a proposal for bid goes out for concrete, and does that proposal then basically initiate, does that guarantee that we get construction of these streets soon?
So our plan is to come back to council with the plans and specs and ask for approval of plans and specs and to allow us to go out to bid in May.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, and we have a second from Councilman Rennie. I am going to support the motion for the narrow reason that, as I understand it, the only thing that I'm authorizing is to seek a bid for concrete, which has to still come back to council, which then I am free to reject if the information indicates that I should do so. So I am therefore going to be supporting the motion. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it passes 3-2 with Councilman Leonardis and Councilwoman Sayak opposing. Okay. Before we go on, it's 10:35. Before we go on to our next item, Ms. Pravetti, I have a question for you. Item 18, to the conditional use permit application. Does that have a legal time limit on it?
It doesn't. It's within its Permit Streamlining Act, so we can defer that if that's the will. I know the owner and the applicant are here and are eager to be heard, but it is the will of the council, and there's no permit streamlining limitation at this point.
I'm not suggesting it. I just wanted the information. So that brings us to item 15, which is our 2014-15 mid-year budget performance and status report. Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Council, this evening, I'm glad to be here. I'm Steve Conway. I'm the Director of Finance. And Council has received a mid-year status report. I'm happy to say that the one color that we just talked about, black, is the order of the day for 2014-15. It's my favorite color, too. And we are in the black for this fiscal year, and your report gives a lot of details around why we are in the black. We are predicting a surplus or revenue above expenditures of around $800,000 this fiscal year, a smaller amount for fiscal year 15-16. But it's good news. I think that's reflective of the recovering economy. We're seeing upticks in most of our revenues. The only one that has dragged a bit is our sales tax. We didn't meet quite our estimates there. We are lagging the statewide growth in that, but that's likely to change once we get more information about the Christmas season. We did get good reports. We just don't have the data yet from the State Board of Equalization on the fourth quarter of 2014. Also in your report tonight are a number of budget adjustments that were brought forward for your consideration and approval. I'm here along with our budget manager, Jen Calloway, and town staff to answer any questions you might have on any of the budget adjustments that we've brought forward for council consideration. So I will keep my comments to a minimum because it's late, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, let's see if there's questions for you. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Conaway, in this report, it describes primarily increases in revenues, or at least stable revenues in most cases. But it, as a council member Sack indicated earlier, it's a report that's kind of informational, doesn't really say, okay, here's ideas where you can save money in the future, cost cutting and such and such. So the purpose of this report is kind of, to me, just one-sided, informational, feel-good, but it doesn't get into any kind of informational ideas about how we might save in the future. You have a statement on the last page, page 6 of the staff report, and it says, understanding, pull off my post-it here. Understanding the growth limitations of key revenues and expected increase in operating costs, such as employer, retiree, medical costs, and other personal costs, the town's highest fiscal priority will be to contain its operating costs on an ongoing basis. So can you elaborate on that?
Well, I think we just point out that we have an economy that is rebounding and our revenues are improving. But one of the things that we're dealing with in that structure is that while we are enjoying a recovery in those revenues, we also are challenged with some, what I would call, many costs that are significant and to some extent unavoidable for management or town council to really change. And those are some of the areas that I refer to in the benefit sector, such as our PERS rates, our employer rates related to our pension costs. Those are being affected by changes beyond the town's control. There are innovative ways and approaches that might be taken to reduce our benefit costs and our lower cost structure in general, and that's going to take a team approach. This report really addresses more of a year-to-year how we're doing. We're keeping our eye on the ball. I think we bring these matters up because we don't want to paint a rosy picture. We want to be realistic that though things look good and we have a good, we're in a budget revenues above expenditures situation, that's a very positive thing. We want to always be in that situation, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we do have these challenges and these costs that, that we have to deal with. And we're not alone in that. That's a statewide issue. If you read any newspaper article, you'll see that pensions and the other significant benefit costs are post-employment benefit costs. Those are also significant, and they've been talked about. We've had public discussions of that. So I understand your question that we need to maybe talk more and about our approaches to long-term solutions to decreasing operating costs, and the point is well taken, and I appreciate that.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Conway, because I attached as what is now Addendum B to our staff report are the questions I asked and the answers you gave, and I appreciate that. Your report and this addendum are very helpful. But what I believe you're talking about is last year we used some reserve funds to pay down our unfunded obligations, and that caused our bond rating to increase, which was a really good thing for us.
Yes.
Okay, and that's reflected in the report. But in the Addendum B, you also pointed out that, I believe this is what it is, we have $14.5 million, continue to have, of unfunded obligations. Does that sound correct?
Right, and that's a moving target, but the latest actuarial valuation we have is on our miscellaneous employees, which is the non-safety employees. We have a $14.5 million unfunded liability, which I'll help you understand that. When we talk about an unfunded liability, this is just for us all to understand what that really means. That's, for our sense, like a long-term mortgage. That $14.5 million will be amortized or paid down over a 25-year period. But in order to pay that $14.5 million down, it does affect our employer rates. Our employer rates would be lower if we did not have an unfunded liability. So since we have this long-term unfunded liability, our employer rates are higher than they would have been if we had not had any unfunded liability. But Councilmember Spector, you're absolutely correct. We made a $4.5 million payment of a side liability. It was called an employer side fund that was completely paid off as of June 30th of 2014. And that is one of the principal reasons why we're expecting a revenue surplus this year. And that will continue for the next 5 to 6 years.
Thank you.
That's savings.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Conway, so my question is around, you mentioned it, I'm wondering if you have more detail with the state tax revenue growth was 6.2%, yet we're around 3% and you forecasted 4%. So we're half at what the state is doing. So, and then let me ask sort of a second part of the question at the same time. I also noticed, at least I thought it used to be, we made a lot more off sales tax than property tax, and now they're almost even. So the part of the question is, is our sales tax trending down to that it's now almost even with property? And so what I'm really worried about, are we becoming uncompetitive for some reason? I'd really like to understand why the state can grow by 6.2 and we only grow by 3, even below our own.
One of the interesting things about Los Gatos, and if you've worked here long enough, you'd see some trends. But when the state was declining at 15%, I'm happy to say that the town was actually either at break even or slightly growing. So the state took some, as a state, when we look at the state of California, there were some huge hits to sales tax. They rode a significant downslide. Now people statewide are buying again. They're buying cars, doing things. So their rate of growth and their recovery is felt more. Los Gatos has been, I would say, more steady. We had hoped that we would hit 4%. We just didn't make that. 3% is still good. We would be happy with that usually from year to year. That's pretty much what we budget. But the fact that we didn't grow as great as the state in general, if we looked at the years when the state was having significant declines, we did not experience those years. So I think that's my off-the-cuff answer to you, Councilmember Rennie, to help you understand that.
So that implies that maybe we'll catch up with the state. We'll grow at their rate maybe next year or the year after as they finish coming out of their big dip?
Yeah, I would think we generally trend, when I've looked at our reports in the years I've been here, we generally trend ahead of the state. We are sometimes lagging in the Bay Area. We may be a little behind the average of the Bay Area cities, but we're generally in the neighborhood, and we usually, our long-term trend is that we trend ahead of the state average.
And what about the second part of my question, where it seems like sales tax and property tax are becoming almost even?
Yes.
Has that always been the case?
No, sales tax has usually been the major revenue source for the town. That has changed over time. The change in the Netflix business model has had a significant impact on our total sales tax. And I think our long-range forecast, and I'll look at that real quickly, but I believe that we show that property tax will slightly exceed in the next 5 years our sales tax. I look at it as a positive thing because I attend a monthly meeting with the County of Santa Clara, and we are always happy to see that the assessed valuations of the town remain very strong, reflecting what a great community this is, and our property tax base continues to grow in relation to the other cities in the county. So I expect that property tax will eventually be our #1 source and continue that way for a while.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Conaway, we have such a significant budget, $30-some-odd million, and the only 2 recommendations put forth by staff were for special interest groups. Consider reimbursement of $64,3634 to the Veterans Foundation. Consider support and sponsorship of the 2015 plein air fine art exposition and sale. I guess the question becomes, how do we come about these recommendations? It seems as though there are much more important things that could have been recommended by staff.
We have a number of other budget adjustments. They're all, we had mentioned all the revenue and expenditure adjustments, but the two that you were talking about, Councilmember Leonardis, those were brought forward as community requests, and I think I'm probably not the best person to answer that, so I'm going to turn that over to Laurel Prevetti.
Yeah, let me just remind the council that the purpose of the mid-year is really to appreciate how well the town is doing against its adopted budget for the fiscal year. So this is really not the time when we make major budget decisions. That will be happening in May when we consider our budget for the next fiscal year. So typically we would only really be considering the minor budget adjustments that are identified in the report. But in this case, we also have two proposals for your consideration and your discretion this evening.
Just a follow-up comment. The reason why I asked the question is because I've been up here, I think this will be my 5th turn at this mid-year budget, and I don't ever recall any recommendations being made at mid-year such as these. So thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions? Mr. Rennie?
So I guess mine would be potential conflict of interest since there is the plein air on there, and I've been the chair of that for 2 years. I'm no longer the chair, but I'm still on their advisory committee. Would Council Member Leonardis like me to recuse myself?
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Rennie, because I was thinking about that.
Actually, what we should do is let's look to, thank you, Mr. Conway.
You're welcome.
Let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Conway. No, thank you, Mr. Conway. So I don't have any cards from any members of the public. And I'm going to give it my 5 count while you run up here with a card. Seeing no one, we close the public hearing. And what I'm going to suggest, thank you, Mr. Conway, we're done. What I'm going to suggest to the council is that we take the recommendations that are on the first page of our staff report, 1, 2, 3, 4, and make motions with respect to each of those. To the extent that any council member believes he or she has any kind of conflict with any of those, that they simply abstain from the vote. So, given that recommendation, I'm going to look to the council for a motion, comment, question on item number 1 of our recommendation, which is to accept the mid-year budget performance and status report, including the year-end projections. Do we have a motion with respect to number 1? So moved by Councilwoman Sayoc. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Number 2, consider authorizing budget adjustments as recommended in the attached second quarter budget performance report. Those are what Mr. Conway was referring to as the normal adjustments over the 6-month period. Is there a motion with respect to that item?
So moved.
And that's moved for approval by Councilman Leonardis. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Rennie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. The next item is consider authorizing a reimbursement of $6,436.34 to the Veterans Foundation for costs that it chose to incur in pursuing a application to the council. Do I have any motion with respect to that? Councilwoman Sayoc.
May I ask a question, though?
Yes, you may.
So if you could, either you or staff, just run through the process of how this is normally done. Is there a pot of money that we have that we start allocating these funds for, or is this do these come in on a case-by-case basis?
And Ms. Prevetti, you're going to answer that question, I hope.
I'll try, and then I've got the support of my team if necessary. This is an unusual request, and it is independent of any other kind of request that we've ever seen, and it's completely up to the council's discretion. We had a request from the foundation to bring this forward. We looked at the costs and we scrubbed them to what seemed to be a reasonable amount if the council were to consider it. So we pared it down quite a bit, and that's the $6,500 roughly that is before you. But this is there is money that we have a fund if it's the choice of the council. So there's been no expectation that the town is going to do this reimbursement. We've been asked to bring it forward for your consideration, so that's why it's before you.
Okay, so Ms. Pravetti, actually I have a follow-up question that I had submitted earlier, but I haven't seen a response, so if I've gotten one, I apologize. Is there any precedent whatsoever for the town reimbursing this kind of cost where an applicant incurs costs in conjunction with an application and then asks to get that back?
Not that we've been able to uncover. The matter that Councilmember Leonardis brought in terms of waiving fees, that would be an independent decision made by the council on another matter. But even there does not seem to be much precedent for waiving of fees within our town either.
Okay, any other questions, discussion, or a motion on the request to reimburse the Veterans Foundation? Councilman Leonardis.
Mayor Jensen, based on the comments made by Ms. Pravetti, I will move to deny the request on item C.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councilman Rennie opposed. So it passes 4-1. The next item is consider support and sponsorship of the 2015 plein air exhibition and sale. We have in our staff report a recommended support figure of, I believe it's $1,500, I think. Is that correct, Ms. Pravetti?
There's a range of sponsorship that the council can consider, and this is a situation where in the future we would recommend that this particular organization participate in our annual arts grant process.
Okay, yes.
Is there a reason why it's not going through the arts grant process now?
I believe, let me ask Christina Gilmore of our staff to respond to that question. Thank you.
My apologies. Christina Gilmore, assistant to the town manager. So the plein air organization submitted the request for a town sponsorship of their upcoming 2015 event after the application process for the community grants, the arts and community grants process closed. So traditionally, the community grants process begins in January, it closes in the beginning of February, and the Arts Commission and the Community and Singer Services Commissions, which are the two commissions who review all of the grant requests and make recommendations to the council for the June budget appropriation, they're in that process. So that is the reason why this request is coming outside of that process. But the Art Commission did review the request from plein air, and as stated in your staff report, did provide a funding recommendation for the council to consider for this upcoming year, and then also made a recommendation that the council, if they so choose, direct the plein air organization to go back through the community grant process for any future years.
So, if I may, so it doesn't preclude them from participating in the grants process for the Arts Commission for future years?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I will move to deny item D.
Let's see if there's a second. Okay, that motion is going to fail for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Okay, I will make a motion to approve the request for the sponsorship for this year only, to make my motion for funding for this year standalone and indicate that any future funding needs to come back through the grants process, and move that we fund the plein air exhibition and sale in the amount of $1,500. Is there a second? Okay, that's going to fail for lack of a second, so I'll let someone else try. Councilman Leonardis.
For clarification purposes, so assume that your motion received a second. Would the plein air artist come come out of the funds that were, I can't remember the number we have, but it's like $12,500 or something every year where we divvy up among the different arts groups. Would it be reimbursed from that fund, or would this be coming out of our budget, and then that $12,500 would still be available to distribute among the applicants?
Christina Gilmore, Assistant to the Town Manager. So the recommendation, it would be to fund whatever the amount the council would vote on tonight out of the manager's contingency fund, which there are enough funds available to fund this request. As I mentioned earlier in my comments, that if the council voted to do a one-time funding amount for 2015, in future years, if the council so chooses to direct the plein air group to go back through the grants process, where then they would be eligible to compete for approximately $19,000 worth of funds, which includes that $12,000 and some change that you referred to that had previously gone to the museums of Los Gatos. So that money that had previously been allocated to the museums has been incorporated into the larger arts grants process. And so it's not a lot of money, but definitely the plein air organization would be eligible to apply for those funds in future years.
Okay, with that information, is there a question, comment, or a motion? Vice Mayor Spector, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. It's a motion. Thank you. I really don't like to just have the council and the town distribute money outside of the budget process. I don't think it's a good way to run a business. On the other hand, this is $1,500. And we have had a recommendation from the Arts Commission. So I'm going to move that the town give plein air a $1,500 one-time funding for 2015, and direct the plein air, should they ever wish funding in the future, to go through the community grant process.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Okay, I'll second it, because I think that's kind of what I moved already. Be that as it may. Mr. Rennie.
I just wanted to comment. I'm going to abstain from this, and I'm resisting saying anything on it either.
We appreciate that. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, Councilman Leonardis, and then Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'm not inclined to support the motion for one reason only, because if every organization in town came forward at mid-year budget and requested funds like this, I think it sets a dangerous precedent. So I understand that there was a recommendation from the Arts Commission that I respect, but I think this is a very unorthodox approach, and we have our systems in place where we have the Community Foundation decide how the arts funds will be distributed every year, and I just don't see the urgency for this at this time. I don't know why they could not wait for their grant in June, and I wouldn't want any other organizations in town, and there are many, to feel like they have to come forward at mid-year budget next year. There could be 50 requests, so for that reason and that reason only, I'm not supporting the motion.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
Actually, Councilman Leonardis pretty much summarized the reasons why I was going to deny it. It's not in itself the request. I think the request is reasonable. I think it's admirable, but the process and how it's coming to us is what concerns me. And I just needed to have this understanding. Do we have a pot of money that then we then distribute for sponsorships and basically ask for proposals, or do they just come in at mid-year and is it first come, first serve, or that's what concerns me about it, not so much the actual request.
Okay, so I'm going to, since we have a motion on the floor in a second, though clearly we're going to have a tie, I'm going to call the question. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
And Councilman Rennie abstaining. We either need an alternate motion or advice from Mr. Schultz or Ms. Ravetti on what happens when there is a tie.
So unless there's an alternative motion that would obtain a majority, the motion would fail and there wouldn't be any funding.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. So that last motion failed. So for the reasons stated by Mr. Leonardis, adopt those into my motion to deny this request.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
Motion? Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Okay. All in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye. It passes 4 to, with 1 abstention by Councilman Rennie. Now, it's 11 o'clock. What I'm going to suggest to the council and look to my fellow council people for input is that we, since items 16 and 17 are essentially town business, electronic charging station fees and fees and a schedule, if we would consider taking item 18, which is the CUP request, because we have 2 people here who've waited patiently this evening who want to speak to us about it, and because it's a land use application, is there any objection to calling that out of order and hearing it tonight? All right, so I'm going to call 18, which is a conditional use permit application U-14-08, project location 15991 Los Gatos Boulevard, which we all know is the former Swanson Ford. And we have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The subject tenant space, as described, is at the corner of Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill Road at the Sandy Lane Commercial Shopping Center. The applicant is requesting to approval to operate a high turnover sit-down restaurant with the sale of beer and wine with meals and outdoor seating. The proposed tenant space would share an outdoor patio space with the adjacent tenant Phil's Coffee. On January 14th, Planning Commission recommended approval for the CUP with additional and modified conditions of approval. The Planning Commission modified condition of approval 6 to reduce the maximum number of seats from 65 to 61. The Planning Commission raised concern that the total number of parking spaces for the commercial center was taking into account the 121 on-site commercial spaces as well as the 5 parking space credits from the residential portion of the planned development. The parking credit is not shared parking. The commercial users are not allowed to park on the residential site. As approved in the planned development, the commercial site was short 10 parking spaces. However, the residential portion of the development had an extra parking spaces that could be applied to the overall development. Staff and the town attorney have found that the parking credit was approved as a part of the planned development and architectural site applications, and therefore the commercial center provides adequate parking for the proposed 65 seats. Staff recommends that council adopt the Planning Commission's recommended conditions of approval with the exception of the total number of seat modification. Staff recommends changing condition approval number 6 to allow the 65 seats, and this is incorporated in Exhibit A of Attachment 2. And there is also an addendum that was provided for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions. Councilman Rennie.
So what I actually think is sort of more relevant here is you talked about there's shortage in the commercial and extra in the residential, but when I read back through here, what was really planned was the idea that this was supposed to be neighborhood serving and you wouldn't need as many parking spaces for the commercial because people would be walking there more. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, this is my little pet issue. The outdoor seating in the Planning Commission transcript, and I couldn't really find it in the conditions that are proposed for approval, but there's a common patio with this proposed use and with the existing use, which is now Phil's Coffee. They each have a certain number of seats, and they can put them outside if they want to. My question is, why do we need to have a railing in the patio? Can't we just have coffee and burgers together?
Yes, and that is because of the service of alcohol with meals, and that comes from our town's outdoor restaurant seating standards and the town's alcohol beverage policy, as well as ABC requirements.
I'm not going to call on the Vice Mayor. Thank you. Okay. No, I know what her opinion is. Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. This is somewhat related. We've gotten correspondence from residents who would like outdoor seating at Phil's. I don't know what discussion has been happening, but they said they are unable to do so. Is it because all the outdoor seating is allocated to Super Duper?
No, that's not the case. The CUP for the coffee shop, Phil's, was approved, and it was approved with 12 seats. It could be indoor or outdoor, and so they are approved for that amount. In order to increase the total number of seats, they would have to get a modified conditional use permit.
Or they could, but they can allocate whether their 12 is indoor or out. There's nothing that prevents them from actually going outdoors. It's just the number of seats.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, the discussion about the 5 parking credits is a discussion that would potentially allow Phil's to come back with a modified CUP for additional seats, which they could put indoors and outdoors or outdoors at their discretion, correct?
Right, they could apply for that.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you. Dean Isaacs. That's totally fine. Hannah Walbridge.
Town council members, my name is Hannah Walbridge, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Super Duper. First, I'd like to say that we're really excited about coming to the South Bay and making this our flagship location for the town of Los Gatos. I'm going to try to keep this kind of short. I just want to give you a general idea of our concept. We came into inception in San Francisco in 2010, so we're a local brand. And we believe in slow food values, and we believe in partnering with our communities, and believe that these values also align with the town of Los Gatos and your values here, and are really excited to kind of become a member of the community. We do a lot of partnering with schools and giving back to our communities. We like to do free food days on our anniversary and do things with our, do food events with our neighbors and all kinds of fun things. So we think that also aligns with the development here and with the residents. We've been in contact with the Homeowners Association and addressed some of their concerns and kind of created a communication there. So that's been positive so far, and we'd like to keep it that way. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm here to answer questions, more specifics on our operations and any concerns you guys have. So.
Okay, let's see if there's questions. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. A lot of people in Los Gatos are excited at the arrival of this potential application, and I was just wondering, when do you think that date would be, assuming this would be approved this evening?
I have plans ready to go to the building department tomorrow if it's approved, so we would go into plan check and we would start construction as soon as we had all of our permits. So we would, yeah, we're ready to go.
So how long do you think, assuming you were approved, you would be opening your doors to the public?
September 1st.
Thank you.
My goal. Mm-hmm.
Other questions or comments? Thank you. I don't have any other cards besides Mr. Isaacs. So, Mr. Shepherdson, what item would be complete?
As long as I'm here. I was outside, so I didn't hear a lot of what was said. So I would just, I just wanted to offer the idea that the store's business, I believe it's gonna be, is it gonna be at the corner of North, or at the Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill, I assume?
Yes.
All right, so I'll just put it out there. I'm just one that's kind of focused on nutrition, and it's gonna be near the middle school, and I don't know, burgers sounds like the fare, and yes, this is America, and we want to have all kinds of eateries, but perhaps I just encourage them to perhaps have fare that is nutritious, albeit, I go to Pizza My Heart and I get a lot of pizza there, usually vegetarian, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for comments, questions, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I move to make the required findings in Attachment 1, adopt the resolution in Attachment 2, approving the conditional use permit U-14-018 for the high turnover sit-down restaurant Super Duper Burgers with outdoor seating and beer and wine service on the property zone CHPD, subject to the conditions and modifications discussed in our report.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Councilman Rennie.
So is this with the full seating? I think it's 65. This is the staff recommendation versus the Planning Commission recommendation, correct?
So I was going by the Planning Commission's recommendations. 61 seats, 15 outdoors, 46 indoors.
More?
Yes, you can comment more, and then I have a question for the maker of the motion as well. Councilman Rennie.
Okay. So I actually prefer the staff's recommendation. To me, it feels a bit like, for a couple reasons. First of all, it feels a little bit like a bait and switch. This was originally approved with less parking spaces for a good reason. Then as soon as you finish the project and come back with the tenants, now all of a sudden you've switched the rules on them. So to me, that doesn't seem to make any sense. The reason, as I started to say before, was that the number of seats were reduced because it's supposed to be neighborhood serving, and if you think about how many apartments sit right behind that on Oak Rim and down Blossom Hill, it does make sense that a lot of people would be walking there. And originally the plan was to take less off commercial and give the extra to the residential so there could be more guests. So to me, it just feels unfair to switch it on them when they actually gave up the number of parking spaces because, thought it would be more beneficial to be in the residential. So I'm not really in favor of that motion.
Well, actually, the motion doesn't have a second yet, so let's see if it has a second. I do not see a second for the motion, so that motion fails for lack of a second. And I will look to the council for an alternate motion or discussion or questions. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move to approve conditional use permit application U-14-018 with the findings and conditions included with the staff report and keeping the seating at 65.
Okay, so I just want to make sure before I call for seconds that your motion is including the proposed resolution, which is attachment 2, which allows for 65 seats.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'll second.
Yes, you may.
If we were to approve this at 65, does this in any way inhibit Phil's to have outdoor seating?
No, they still have their existing permit, as was previously described, they can currently move their 12 seats or some portion of them indoor or outdoor, and nor does it preclude them to ask for a CUP modification to increase seats.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments on the motion? Okay, I'm going to, Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I will not be supporting the motion only because I sense a pending parking problem over there already. So that's why I was going for the 61 seats. I figure it helps us maybe a little bit.
Vice Mayor Spector.
I actually agree with Mr. Leonardis. They probably will have a parking problem because they have what I call phantom parking spaces. That being said, it's the deal they struck with the town when they got their CUP. I mean, when they got their was it the architecture site? The what? I'm sorry?
It's a planned development.
A planned development, yes.
That's the phrase you were looking for, plan development. Okay, there's a motion on the table with a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Councilman Leonardis opposed. Oop. Okay, I'm going to move back now. Thank you. To 16 and 17. Item 16 is electric vehicle charging stations, and it's a proposal to alter the fee structure for our charging stations, among other things. Mr. Morley.
And equally as good, it's the addition of additional electric vehicle charging stations that we're doing with a grant, so at very little cost to the town. Going back to the beginning, in the town was successful as a co-recipient in a grant through the CEC to install 4 new double port charging stations. We're working on that now. We would expect the stations to be installed by the end of the fiscal year. The locations include a location at the sports park, a location here at the Civic Center at the pageant lot, a location in Lot 4 downtown, and a location in Miles Avenue near the Public Works Corporation yard. These locations were chosen because of demand and also because of the infrastructure that was already in place that allowed them to be installed with very little upfront cost from the town's perspective. In addition to these new locations, we're also recommending an adjustment in the fee structure associated with our charging stations. Currently, our fee structure is $3 flat rate charge for the connection with no additional charge following that. We're recommending a cost structure more aligned with best practices, which is a $1 hookup charge and then $1 an hour for the first 4 hours, and subsequent to that, it would increase to $5 an hour. The idea on the increase after the 4th hour is to dissuade folks from using those charging stations as their primary charging location and to move along. Also aligns fairly well with our general parking requirements in the downtown area for those stations. With that, that's a quick summary of the report, and I'll be available for questions.
Questions for Mr. Morley? I actually have a question which may not be to you, it may be to Ms. Pravetti, or maybe even Mr. Schultz. Just in looking forward to item number 17, which is our fee schedule, I was going through 16 and 17, and I didn't see in our fee schedule an inclusion of the proposed fee changes for this item, and I was wondering, why aren't we incorporating them into our fee schedule? Why are we creating a standalone, I can't find it, document?
I can capture that for you.
Okay.
So the idea, because this is a strategic goal for council to add additional EV charging stations, we wanted to bring it as a separate report for your review because of the importance that council has put on it in the past. It will, because it's tagged directly in front of the fee schedule, it will be incorporated into the fees and charges document as it's published next year, assuming that you approve it.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Morley? Thank you very much. I don't have any cards. So I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to the council for comments, questions, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I move to go with the staff recommendation, accepting the report on the EV charging station infrastructure and adopting the resolution for the new fee schedule.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Rennie. Comments or questions on the motion? Yes, Councilman Rennie.
I'll just comment that I seconded because I think it's a good idea to raise the fees so that it discourages people from staying there after the charging, so that the charging will be available to others. It seems appropriate. If you notice it at 4 or 5 hours, you're now costing you $20 to sit there, so it should be a good discouragement.
Other comments on the motion before I call the question? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Item 17 is our proposed fee schedule. And I will look to staff, for your report.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to be really brief tonight. This is an annual process we do every year in the coordination of developing our budget that we'll bring forward for you to consider in May. You have the staff report in the proposed 2015-16 comprehensive fee and fine schedule. The primary changes are CPI increases, which is 2.9% for 2014. And then there's a few additional changes that were outlined in your staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about those. And just to reiterate, we will be incorporating the EV charging stations per your approval of the last resolution.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. In the report, does it reflect the new fee schedule for the traffic impact fees that were adopted last May, I believe?
Yes, it does. Would you like?
I'm not sure if you're looking for it or if you answered the question.
It is included. I was going.
It's on page 22.
Okay.
You found it before me.
Okay.
And then I brought up this point last year when we went through this exercise, and it seems a lot of these fees are stagnant in time. A few examples, like if you shoot a gun off in the air in town, it's only a $50 fine, but if you forget to charge somebody 10 cents for a bag, we're going to charge you $100. If you launch a projectile, it's $50 fine, or if you dump, a whole load of garbage in our public park, it's like $100. It's a lot cheaper than going to the dump. So I guess where I'm coming from is it seems like somebody hit the return button, $50, like many, many years ago, and we never went through and updated any of these fees, and they should, in my opinion, be 50 and add another zero, make them all 500, so they're actually a deterrent. Because for $50, you can't get a pitcher of beer and a pizza anymore. So that's my thought. It's a lot of these things. It may be semantics because I know we have a very well-behaved population, but if we're actually going through the exercise of reviewing these fees every year, it seems as though the ones that are frozen in time for 40 years may or should be updated. Can you comment on that?
Sure, I think that's a very valid point. We haven't had a fee study done since 2010, and those are very costly studies to have done. It's about time to start considering doing that again, and that goes back and kind of keeps us in line and making sure that we're increasing fees accordingly. But your point is taken that there are probably some outdated fees that we should be either eliminating or reviewing, at least for cost recovery.
So I think it was last year when we addressed this as well. We addressed the community development department, the building department fees, and at that time we agreed to index many of those, and that information appears to be incorporated in the report. Would it be sensible to index these other fees moving forward? Because we tied them to CPI in the past.
One thing, Councilmember Leonardis, Steve Conway, Director of Finance, we want to make sure that we're clear about there's a difference. We have tonight what is before the council is a fee and fine schedule, and there's a difference between the fine category and the fees. So your point is well taken on some of the fines, and maybe the town attorney can comment about that, but some of the fines are legislative. They were enacted by another legislative body, and we, by our ordinances, have fine amounts that appear to be frozen in time. But they're in that fine category versus fees, which are services we provide. And those are usually always indexed or adjusted based on our actual costs.
Yeah.
Mr. Schultz has a comment on that.
So I was just going to reiterate the difference in fees and fines. Fines we certainly can look at, and I haven't looked at, and there might be some that might be outdated, but many of it would be deal with under infractions, so you can only charge so much, so we'd have to change maybe if some of the ones that you mentioned about rocket launching or the other items we could look at. And I know some of them definitely are more than $50, so we might be able to double those, but we wouldn't be able to triple or 500 because then you get into a misdemeanor offense when ours are usually listed as infractions. But that doesn't mean for that offense, it can't be charged under our penal code. So if an officer goes out there, these are just fines under our municipal code that we can levy, and we can look at those again, but that doesn't mean that's what the person would be charged with under our penal code.
And then one more question. I promise just one more. On page 27, the fees that we charge for our equipment hourly rates, dump truck, 10-wheeler, $80. I don't know if you can rent that anywhere for that price. So it, again, just going back to that theme, those may be things that we can bring more current. And I know I'm splitting hairs here and it's late, so I will stop at that.
It's okay. It's fine. Other questions? Okay. Thank you. I don't have any cards. Does anyone want to talk to us about the fee schedule? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for comments, questions, or a motion. I have a comment actually just to say thank you to our staff, because I note that on page 2 of our staff report, we're not recommending any change to the fee for review by the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. And to the extent possible, I wish we would encourage use of that committee so that we don't end up with having controversial projects that go on forever without having an initial review. So to the extent that we encourage use of that committee, I am appreciative of an effort in the fees to make that more possible. Other comments, questions, or a motion on item 17? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2015 and 16, and to continue the department fees, rates, charges, and amend certain fees, rates, and charges for fiscal year 2015 and 16. And I'd like to add to that next year when this comes back, I hope that we will have an update on, or at least an answer, whether we can raise some of those fees that may or may not have been adopted since 2000 or adjusted since 2010.
Okay, there's a second. Comments, questions on the motion? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Which brings us to item 18, which all of you have been, item 19, which all of you have been eagerly awaiting. And it's now 11:30. Our council meets until midnight. Absent a motion to continue past that. I am going to look to the council to determine where it wants to go with item 19 for this evening. Councilman Rennie.
So I'm not sure quite how to recommend. I see that the school district is still here, and I know that our public comment is closed, but I think they wanted to make comments. Is there any way we can accommodate that?
Only if the council makes a motion to reopen the public comment. Of course, letters and communications are still available. And if by some chance this gets continued, they would certainly have the ability to submit those, unless the council determined that it wanted to reopen the public comment on this issue. So if you wanted to reopen the public comment on this issue, you would be having to make a motion, get it seconded, and then have that approved by the remainder of the council. So I'm really looking for, how does council want to proceed this evening? Do you want to go forward with the next half hour? Do you want to consider another date? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Given the fact that we're still here and that there are people in the audience who must only be here because they're here for the North 40, I would suggest that we go forward for a few minutes. I would not be a person who would vote to go past midnight. So I think we should go ahead and start. If your question is, what do we start with? Then my suggestion would be that there were issues that we voted on last time that were not finalized. We could do that. Another thing we could do that I think would be very helpful is if the council has questions of staff, to start with those.
Those are helpful suggestions. Thank you. I'm not really seeing any groundswell for moving this to another time, so let's at least start the discussion. I am not going to impose any structure on this except to endorse the idea that we go back and resolve those things that were pending from last time. So, for example, we got information regarding a senior housing designation. We got information regarding a potential chart for retail. So those are things that we can try to reach some consensus on, or at least ask our questions in the next half hour. So I am going to look to the council for first, I guess, asking questions regarding our staff report of our staff. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question, I think it was raised at our last meeting, and it would, I'm sure it's going to go to Ms. Pravetti. Everybody, including myself, needs to keep straight that we are now dealing with a specific plan. We are not dealing with an application for development. So we're dealing with a specific plan, although we have heard that we may be getting a recommendation that this piece of property be designated one of the RENA locations. And I understand that that hasn't happened either. But hypothetically, if this piece of property were designated, maybe it's you, Joel, were designated as a RENA property, and if the specific plan had 364 residential units permitted, would a developer who wanted to develop under RENA have the right, not the opportunity, but the right for the density bonus of 35% above that 364?
I'll go ahead and get started, and then Ms. Pravetti can jump in as well. They would have the ability to request a density bonus under the state density bonus law of up to 35%, depending on the number and level of affordability of the units proposed in the project.
And when you say request, that indicates to me that it's a discretionary response. What discretion, if any, would the town have to refuse a density bonus?
I'm not aware of any opportunity to deny a request for a density bonus, but I would look to council or Ms. Pravetti to see if there's anything additional.
Under state law, they would be we'd be required to give that density bonus.
35%, so it'll become 400 and something. A related question, if we were to go forward with our consensus motion and allow 364 units on the property, and mindful that if that property becomes RENA designated and then gets the density bonus, how do we designate where these residents can be built on a, I'm going to say generally 40-acre piece of property?
Well, I think we have a few options. One is we would probably list all of the parcels in the North 40 that are available for residential, and then those become the opportunity sites. And then as projects come forward, we would have a designation in the housing element and or the specific plan that up to a certain amount of acreage will be developed at a minimum of 20 dwelling units per acre, and then move forward that way.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't we have to do it in the specific, you say either in the specific plan, or I think you said the general plan?
Housing element.
Okay. Doesn't it have to be in the specific plan?
We would have to have some designation in the housing element. That would be a program level policy or implementation item in the housing element. That would be to designate in some form, either, I think I used the 18.2 acres just for the 364 last time, but it could potentially be a project that uses less acreage but still gets to the 364, which would be over the 20 dwelling units per acre potentially.
All right, Madam Mayor, I probably have more questions that'll get us past midnight, so I'm going to give it over to somebody else.
Well, I'm going to ask some follow-ups to the Vice Mayor's specific questions, then I'll call on other people. With respect to the 35% density bonus, you first said it was a request, but clearly it's a requirement, but you tied that to the number and affordability of the units. Is it actually tied to that, or is it just tied to a RENA designation, or is it just 35% across the board, so that if we approve 364, we're getting 491?
The 35% is an up to number. So again, depending on what percentage of low, very low, extremely low units you have, gives you a certain percentage up to a maximum of 35%. So depending on the project and the level of affordability, that's why I referenced the percentage or number of units as a percentage determines the density bonus that can be requested, which the maximum is up to 35%.
Okay, then I want to understand that I didn't really hear the response. If it's designated as a RENA property in the housing element, does that make a difference for your answer? So if it's not designated versus if it is designated, does it make a difference? And does the density bonus units count towards the RENA calculation?
So I believe we have received feedback from HCD that we can't account for the higher density bonus because that's not something that's automatic. Someone would have to request that, and they won't let us count those units unless someone requests them. We would get to count them on the back end as far as production, but we could not count them as our RENA numbers. In regards to whether it matters if it's developed under a specific plan, RENA, or under the existing zoning, they still could request the density bonus of up to 35%.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more follow-up, and then I'll let someone else go. You said under the existing zoning. Can somebody tell me exactly what the existing zoning is for the entire plan area? And if there's more than one zoning, can you tell me what it is?
Attachment 51 to your staff report has the exhibit of zoning designation, and we'll be putting that up on the screen, and you'll see a variety of zoning designations for the property.
Okay, right, we've seen this before, so.
Right. So currently the entire North 40 area has a general plan designation of mixed-use commercial, but there are a variety of zoning designations, as you can see. So there is CH, R18, RC, CHPD. Those are the designations that currently exist on the site.
So am I correct in looking at that exhibit that, or am I incorrect, that that entire thing is zoned or possible at 20 units per acre or not?
So the general plan designation is mixed-use commercial, and so the town does not have a minimum 20 dwelling units per acre anywhere in town, but some of the other mixed-use commercial sites that have come forward before have been allowed to go up to 20 dwelling units per acre. None of the ones on the boulevard have gotten that high. The only one that I can recall was not a mixed-use commercial zone. It was the Aventino site, which is attached to the Netflix project, and that had a high-density residential designation of RM 12 to 20.
Okay. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple questions. My understanding is, we know there's an applicant with some things in mind, and the 60-some Eden units that they have planned at very low income levels, senior housing, I believe that would give them a full 35%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So second question is, when they get these bonus 35%, is there any guideline on what level of affordability they can be? Or can they just barely be affordable?
They don't have to be affordable at all. It's a density bonus for market rate units.
Okay. Third question, if we wanted to make this site available for our arena numbers, do we need to then put something in the specific plan that says it has to be development at a minimum of 20 units per acre?
Yes, we will have to put some policy language in the specific plan that does specify that.
Thanks.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
I just want to make sure that should a specific plan be approved, the housing that is designated as a maximum in the specific plan, so at this point right now it's 364, that is the maximum ceiling that can be built for residential on that site, correct? They can't then take, let's say magically there's 360s built, there's 4 more sites, they can't take 35% on that 4 sites, can they? It's a maximum.
Well, they could, but in that example, it'd be 35% of 4 units if they're already built to 360. So that would obviously be very small.
Okay.
But it would be, of the proposed units, that's what the density bonus would be based on. And so depending on how it's developed, that could vary.
Okay, and if I may, one more question. Right now, in our specific plan, we distinguish where we prefer residential to go based on the different districts. So, from what I heard you say today, they could, a developer, any developer could actually build in some of the other districts and use a 35% bonus, even if we actually have been working towards working in one particular area. Is that correct?
Yes, but the specific plan also allows the opportunity for residential in all 3 districts as it's currently written.
Okay.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. What does RC zoning stand for?
Resource conservation.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion over the months about people, a lot of people saying put seniors in this North 40 area. And we have read about the limitations, the legal limitations. The specific plan as it is currently drafted, I believe, and here's my question. It indicates that we would like senior housing, but the specific plan itself doesn't mandate senior housing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll just stop it at that point now.
Councilman Rennie.
So I'll follow on along those lines. So last time we met, I kept trying to sell the idea of an incentive for senior housing, and what I'm trying to figure out is how that works if this becomes an affordable housing overlay zone site or arena site. Last time what I was suggesting was something like if they put 60-some units of affordable senior housing, we would bonus them another 60 or 100 units that could then also be senior. Is there any way to use, so first of all, I'm pretty sure that we can use incentives to encourage senior housing versus requiring them, but then how does that mix in with the whole idea of density bonuses and so forth? Can it direct the density bonus to be senior affordable, or does it just add more that they can then bonus on top of?
So I would defer to the town attorney on that one. And then I can follow up if necessary.
My understanding, but I'd check on that, is that 35% density bonus, as Joel said earlier, can be used how they desire, so it can be at market rate. You've already provided your affordable housing in your numbers, or your senior housing affordable, and so the state says because you've provided that affordable senior, we're giving you the 35% density bonus. Now, to get more affordable in there, you could bump it above the 35%, but you then can't restrict the 35% or the 40 or whatever number you came to more affordable.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Keeping on this theme of attempted affordable, the North 40 specific plan will have as a component BMPs, below market price, under our ordinance. Is that correct?
I believe there's a provision in the specific plan currently that speaks to a minimum of 20% affordable units in the plan.
And all right, so let's assume for the sake of discussion that 364 units are proposed. Explain to me, because I don't remember our BMP ordinance verbatim, explain to me how many BMP units we would get with 364 residences.
The BMPs are based on the number of market rate units, so it's probably somewhere 62, 63. Somewhere in that range, pretty close to that. So basically you have 303 or 4 market rate units, and then you'd need to have 20%, to meet the 20% minimum, the remainder would be BMPs.
Would there be a distinction made under our BMP ordinance if the proposed dwelling units were detached versus not detached?
We do not make that distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I want to follow up on that because here I have our BMP ordinance. 29.10.3015. This division shall apply to all multifamily dwelling projects, residential condominium projects, condominium conversions, and to all residential plan developments. Okay, so this isn't a plan development, it's a specific plan. We could have standalone units. This only applies to multiple family dwelling projects, residential condos, condo conversions. So I have kind of 2 questions. This came up with other issues where we've done specific plans, but if and when we adopt a specific plan, does that become a law unto itself such that other provisions of the town code don't apply? So for example, I know that in the specific plan it does say certain zoning ordinances don't apply or whatever doesn't apply because the specific plan is going to supersede. But it does actually particularly call out compliance with the BMP statute, which excludes different kinds of housing. And it's not on a straight 20%. It's, 5 to 10, it's something 20 to whatever. It's a complicated mathematical formula. So my question is, how does it apply within a specific plan? How many units do you get? And does a specific plan, by including BMP, does it exclude, which I assume it can't, state density bonuses? How does that all work together?
Right. So when town councils consider specific plans, it's not unusual that you consider the policy document, and then once you've decided on the basic elements of the policy for the specific plan, there may be additional amendments to the town code that are necessary to ensure consistency between all the documents. So before you, so far, staff has identified changes to the general plan, changes to the zoning code in terms of creating a zoning district for the North 40, but there would most likely be additional town code amendments such as to the BMP to acknowledge the product types, the housing types that are being proposed in the specific plan area, should the council want this specific plan to reference that BMP ordinance. So that's the town's below market price. That is completely independent from the state density bonus law. That law would prevail regardless of what the town does with the specific plan.
Okay, one more follow-up on the density bonuses. On page 3 of our staff report, it's talking about senior housing, and it gets to the end, the last paragraph. It says, as an alternative to designating senior housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you could do other things. And it says, state density bonus law permits all senior housing to receive a 20% density bonus, whether or not it is affordable. So my question is that on top of the 35% such that you now get 55% additional units? Okay. All right, so I'm choosing one or the other?
Yes.
All right, thank you. They're nodding over there as for the record. Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. recalling the discussion from last time about senior housing and millennial housing, and then we got called out in a letter from the council, from the developer. How about just using terms such as housing for everybody? And being that housing for everybody could be interpreted as R18 housing, would density bonuses be applicable to R18 housing?
They are applicable to any residential project.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I will look to guidance from the mayor, but I'm going to move that this council adjourn at midnight, and my Nito Kino iPad said it's currently 11:53.
Okay, we can take that as an anticipatory motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Quickly seconded by Councilman Leonardis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we are going to adjourn at midnight. Looking to council for any other questions on the residential portion of the specific plan, which we've been focusing on right now. Do people feel like they're ready to make any kind of motion, or do they want to move on to other questions you have on different parts of the plan, or do you want to call it a night right now? What is the pleasure of the council? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I feel like if we peel open a discussion, we won't get very far.
Okay. So let me suggest this. We've asked a number of questions of staff regarding density bonuses. I think we have the answers, unless I see someone raise a hand differently, regarding any senior housing designation. So we can make motions or craft motions depending upon that information that we've got in front of us. I guess what I would like to see the next time we meet for the residential housing question is, I'm interested in more definitive answers to our bonus questions that include math. So how much do we get with this? How much do we get with that? Does it depend on arena designation? Does it depend on a 20 units per acre designation? How does that work so that we can have some notion of what a number that we select actually means? What's the real number? Vice Mayor Spector?
Yes, along that line, I think that's a great idea, and I think it follows upon what we've been saying. I mean, we need to know if we say 364, can it become 491? We need to know what we're voting for.
So the other thing that I would like to know is, how do those numbers change, if they do, with any kind of designation in a proposed housing element, including a portion, all, any, some of the plan area as arena designated site? And how does it change if that's just zoned at 20 units per dwelling acre? Do we get the advantage of a default density? And I want to know, just for me, but it may be helpful, because we've had some questions on it, what's the juxtaposition of, for the timing of a proposed housing element that designates certain things with a specific plan? I understand from the Housing Element Advisory Board, and Councilwoman Saya can jump in if I'm getting something wrong, that if the council decides to, or whoever the town decides to include this parcel in its RENA numbers, then in 3 years it has to adopt a plan that reflects that. Am I correct on that?
If the council were to approve a housing element that identifies the North 40 and 364 units, then within 3 years you would need to consider a specific plan.
So I guess I'd like to know how all of these decisions work together. I'm not sure how to tell you, how to give me that information, but I at least would be interested in knowing how that works. I know we've gotten some information. I'm sure we're going to get more information from various people who are interested in this, the school district, the developer, residents. So I would be looking for that. Any other things that people want to know before they feel like they can reach a decision on residential? Vice Mayor? Oh, something different. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Medical offices. I was under the impression that this council had a consensus or an agreement that we did not think medical offices were appropriate. Offices maybe, but not medical. But that doesn't seem to have been captured. So that would be something I'd like to revisit next time.
Anything else that someone particularly wants to make sure that we have information before us for the next time we meet? Councilman Leonardis.
I'd like information on the amount of units that would be potentially proposed if it was zoned R18 and any density bonuses that would be applicable to that.
Anything else? Okay, we still have, what does your iPad say it is? 2 minutes? 4 minutes. Okay, so we have some specific information we want back. But we have 2 minutes, right. What I'd like to do is discuss when we're coming back. I asked for tentative agendas before tonight, just on the off chance that we wouldn't get through this. So I will advise the council that our next meeting, as you all know, is March 17th. We are scheduled to continue our discussion of the Hillbrook School CUP. On April 7th, we are missing a council person. On April 21st, we have continued the discussion of Los Gatos Montesino Police and have a full agenda. So the alternatives before us are to continue it to one of the dates I've suggested, or perhaps to convene a special meeting to consider it at a different time. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I would propose that we try to hear it after the Hillbrook on March 17th.
Well, I'm raising my eyebrows because I've been very ambitious and learned my lesson. So I would not support that, but I applaud your courage. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'd like to further elaborate. I think last time when we were hearing Hillbrook, we got pretty far in the conversation. Now, again, there's going to be new information presented and data, and I don't know where that's going to lead us, but I feel as though we were getting through it. And anyway, that's a possibility.
Let me just ask Mr. Schultz and Ms. Pravetti, if we were to continue this tonight, do we need to continue it to a date certain tonight?
It would be helpful because this is a noticed public hearing.
Okay. All right. So Councilman Leonardis has suggested the 17th. Ultimately, theoretically, it's up to the mayor, but I don't think the mayor's done a really realistic job in scheduling these things. So, I mean, I guess my preference is for a special meeting. And I was looking at the calendar to try to figure that out. I realize that one of us is going to be gone on April 7th, but I wonder the following week on April 14th whether people are available. And everybody get your device out and look and see. Okay, yeah. So do we all have April 14th available? Okay, we're all nodding our heads. So I am going to make a motion that we continue this to a special meeting of April 14th. Is there a second? There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's continue to April 14th. We will see you all back then. And you are more than welcome to submit anything to us that you care to do in email form. I think you all are very well aware of how to get in touch with us and how to give us information. We appreciate it. So we will see you back on April 14th, or we'll hear from you before that. And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.